The following is the procedure for public comment and participation. Individuals wishing to speak on agenda items must complete a sign-up card prior to the item being introduced. Those wishing to speak on quasi-judicial public hearings must complete a sign-up card and sign the oath. Sign-up and oath cards are available on the table. Individuals wishing to speak on non-agenda items may do so under petitions and requests from the public present. This opportunity is offered twice in the meeting, and individuals may speak at either the first or second petitions, but not both. No sign-up card is required. Citizens shall not comment on any issue more than once during the meeting. All comments except petitions and requests must address the pending issue, and citizens will be given 3 minutes to speak on agenda items. Next, citizens wishing to speak on the consent agenda must submit a sign-up card identifying the items of interest. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes to speak on the entire consent agenda. And finally, all sign-up cards and exhibits being submitted to City Council shall be placed in the box on the table.
The purpose of the City Council meeting is to discuss city business, and proper decorum must be displayed by all in attendance. Public input and participation is encouraged. However, all persons in attendance shall comply with the rule for meeting procedures and shall refrain from any action that disrupts the orderly proceedings of the council meeting or hinders the council from performing its duties. No person shall interfere with the rights of others to speak, hear, see, or attend the proceedings, make threats of violence, disrupt the proceedings with shouting, fail to confine remarks to the agenda item under consideration, nor continue to speak after the allotted speaking time has expired, as these actions shall be considered disruptive and disorderly. The mayor shall caution any person who violates these provisions and disrupts the orderly proceeding of the council meetings, and they shall be directed to comply. Any person who fails to comply as cautioned shall be ruled out of order, shall forfeit the remainder of their speaking time on the agenda item under consideration, and will be requested to return to their seat. Persons who fail to comply as directed shall be subject to removal from the council chambers by law enforcement or such other actions as may be reasonably necessary to enforce these regulations. Notwithstanding, the mayor may order the immediate removal of any person from the chambers who possesses a threat to property or life safety. Nothing in this section shall be construed to limit or restrict a person's right created by the Constitution, law, ordinance, or regulation.
City of Titusville City Council regular meeting scheduled August 26, 2025 at 6:30. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Now I'd like to ask Pastor Joe Robinson to come up and give an invocation, please.
Good afternoon to Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor in his absence and all the council members. It's wonderful to see you. It's wonderful to be here, and I hope my prayers don't fall on deaf ears for your continued success and to have peace among the people. Oh, Heavenly Father, oh great God, we humbly come before you in the name of Jesus Christ, your one and only Son. We come guided by the Holy Spirit, Father, to give you praise, honor, and Father, and we come, Father, with the request of your blessings upon this group, this committee, Father, this group of people to make decisions for the people. Father, let them remember the purpose of the Constitution is for the people. And Father, and they have been placed in position to guide and to ensure that the Constitution and the right of the people is adhered to. Be with them, and Father, as they make the decision. Bless them as they go. Forgive them for their mistakes. Let them stand firmly, Father, on the truth, Father, and nothing but. Be with them all. Bless all that's here. Bless the ones that are going to be speaking. And Father, let the ears be open to hear their concerns and make the decision by your guidance. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Robinson. Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. City Attorney, do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, we do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Member Nelson?
Move to approve the minutes of the regular city council meeting on July 22nd at 5:30 and the special city council meeting on August 7th, 2025.
So I have a motion by Member Nelson, second by Member Stokel. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager.
Yes, sir, we have no special recognitions and presentations, so we'll move on to boards and commission. Item 6A is the North Brevard Commission on Parks and Recreation, and the recommended action is to reappoint one regular member to the North Brevard Commission on Parks and Recreation with a term to expire on August 31st, 2027. The terms of regular members Corin Orderman and Bianca Aliamo expire on August 31st, 2025. Member Orderman has expressed her willingness and desire to continue to serve on this board as a city council appointee and has requested reappointment for a 2-year term to expire on August 31st, 2027. Member Aliamo does not wish to be reappointed at this time. There are no other applications on file.
Thank you, City Manager. I guess as the liaison to this board, I'll give council an update. So there was one day where Bianca was vice chair, and all of a sudden there was no chair, so she ended up kind of being chair. So it's like the day you don't show up and you get picked to lead the class. I feel for her. But I do believe she moved out of the community, so that's a tough loss for us because she was actually the chair of that board and represented the city of Titusville very, very well. Corinne is a great member to that board. I think it'd be my recommendation that we reappoint Corinne and seek applications for another member to that board. Member Nelson?
I can make that motion to reappoint Corin Oderman. And I'd like to send her thanks to Bianca.
Absolutely.
I'll
for her
second.
service.
I have a motion by Member Nelson, second by Member Stokel. Any discussion? Any cards on this matter?
Stan Johnston.
I'm Stan Johnston, and I'm disappointed with what just happened, is that I'm supposed to be allowed to speak on this agenda item. I've got a card.
I did call cards.
Yeah, you called cards, but you called cards after you made a decision with a motion. Does anybody see any problem with that? Does anybody see? I see a big problem with that. In other words, I'm trying to influence you on making a decision, and yet you've already, you've got a motion and a
Point of
second.
order, can you speak on whether or not we should appoint this member?
That's what I'm speaking about.
No, you're talking about the procedural
I'm speaking about
matters.
what you did is you made a motion before I
Mr.
even got
Johnson,
to talk.
Talk about the board.
Pardon?
Talk about the
Point
board.
of clarification. Mr. Stokes, did we do that out of order? And if so, how can we correct that?
Well, it wasn't necessarily done out of order
Okay.
because this is the type of matter that it's not a public hearing, so you don't have to have the input first. Now, if based upon what's said at this point, if anyone up there that voted in favor, which was all of you, feel you want to move for
we didn't
vote.
reconsideration,
We
you
haven't
can. Oh, you
So
didn't
we could
vote.
withdraw our motion after the discussion, but there's no vote.
And I'm sorry, I missed, I thought, I'm like, no, if there's only a motion pending, there's been no vote, then you're taking input before you vote, which
Okay.
is
Thank
fine.
you.
It's the way it's supposed to be done, so.
So in other words, I'm incorrect. In other words, you can have all kinds of discussion. You can have motions made and so forth before I even talk about influencing you. And it's appropriate, according to the attorney, correct?
They
Yes,
have not voted yet, so your input.
No, they voted for a motion. They approved a motion already, and you're saying it's okay to do that.
For council's edification, because I will answer them, a motion brings a matter to issue. Doesn't conclude it. There's no final action until you vote on the motion. A motion just brings a matter to issue.
Before the
Then
motion
at
was
that point,
made,
if you
there-
want to
there
take
was no
input
item
from,
of
you
action.
can, so.
So I lost, I guess, I lost about a minute at least by this discussion. But I think it's appropriate that, and I believe that you've gone beyond what you should do. And that is that here I am, I wanted to talk on an issue, and what you have done, you've got a motion and a second already.
Mr. Johnson, what you have done is talk about the procedural issues and not the actual matter at hand.
And that's what's going, this procedure, I think, is dysfunctional. It's not correct, and he says it is okay. So I don't agree with what you're doing. I think that you should call cards before you make motions. Okay? And in this case, I'm talking about this particular matter, and especially this matter because it has to do with what when I went to the last meeting, and what Randy Rodriguez says, he does not approve of the city spraying
Thank
people
you.
with sewage. Thank you.
City Clerk, are there any cards? No. All right. So I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Moving on to item 6B, the Planning and Zoning Commission. And the recommended action is to appoint two alternate members to the Planning and Zoning Commission with terms to expire January 31st, 2027 and January 31st, 2026. And currently, there are two vacancies for alternate members on the Planning and Zoning Commission with terms to expire on January 31st, 2027 and January 31st, 2026. There are actually 4 applications on file for consideration. James Troutman, Stan Johnson, Nathan Rothell, and Ed Marine Seidler. James Troutman is currently an alternate member on the Board of Adjustments and Appeals and will resign from the board's BAA if appointed to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I believe Ms. Seidler is here.
Thank you, City Manager. Excuse me. I believe I see 3 out of the 4. Is Nathan Rothell here? All right. City Clerk, are there any cards on this matter?
Yes, sir. Stan Johnston.
I'm calling you.
Oh, I didn't hear you call me. I heard card. This time you didn't call me, so you called me now, okay? Incidentally, y'all didn't go ahead and make your motions this time.
Well, we have no idea what we're going to do now.
Pardon?
This is a way different item.
Pardon?
Just talk, Sam.
Just talk, okay. All right, first of all, I'm going to say is that procedurally, I believe this is correct, and what you did last was incorrect, regardless of what your Attorney Jim says.
Talk about the Planning and Zoning Board.
I'm talking about what's going on in this right now, and you shouldn't be taking my time. So in this particular case, I'm one of the candidates. I've got a professional engineering degree. I've been a professional land surveyor. I've did numerous plans and subdivisions as the engineer of record and so forth. And I find the city of Titusville to be completely dysfunctional in many areas of my expertise of engineering expertise. For example, I just carried up, at the last meeting, I carried a picture of a dam. And I'm explaining to you, water flows downhill. And yet the city of Titusville does what? Violates the God's law that water flows downhill. And you do it not once, but repeatedly, again and again and again. If you elect me as P&Z, I will indefinitely talk to P&Z and at those meetings say about how dysfunctional the city of Titusville is, that doesn't contact FEMA, that doesn't do compensatory storage, doesn't even do a survey to show what the lands are flooded. And we've approved several dams illegally and don't even contact FEMA. The city of Titusville is dysfunctional, and by gosh, you guys get away with murder. You really do. And the thing is you're what can I say, is like con artists. You're able to convince all these people, and people listen on television, that you're right, but you're not right. You're terribly wrong, all of you, all of you. You've been even able to approve spraying people with sewage. And you got everybody convinced that it's okay to do that.
Point of order.
You're not protecting the public. Okay, point of order, point of order. You don't like what I say because you're very guilty. Not only that, Mrs. Nelson, is you've committed fraud. You've committed fraud.
Mr. Johnson, please stay away from the personal attacks and just talk about your candidacy for
She's doing the same
Planning
thing.
and Zoning Board.
That's what I got from her. I got attacks from at least these 2 people on the case of fraud that's recorded in official record, that's 1374 on a page that I've got on my poster. So the thing is, you guys play dirty. and what are you doing is con artists and shysters on a number of things, just con artists and shysters. And you're very successful in what you do, very successful when you can convince the public of all these violations of law you're doing, and everything is fine and dandy. Like, indeed, what are we doing? Are we tiptoeing through the tulips? This is a fantasy land. You're completely devoid of law, and Mr. Attorney,
Thank you,
should
Mr.
pay
Johnson.
attention. Thank you.
Well, I'm convinced. I mean, he sold me. Any other candidates? Nathan's not here. Anne Marie, would you like to come up and say something? I'm just going in order, James. Didn't forget about you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
You can move the mic down a little bit if you like.
Pardon?
You can move the mic down a little bit so we can hear you. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. All right. My name is Anne Marie Seidler, and I reside at 1880 Knox McCrae Drive here in Titusville. I've been a full-time resident here since 2016. I bring with me over 20 years of experience in both the private and the public sectors. I have a master's degree in business administration with an emphasis in project management. And I've led numerous initiatives focused on operational compliance, long-term planning, and stakeholder engagement. My work has required deep knowledge of local ordinances, Florida statutes, budgeting, and community advocacy, all of which I believe are directly relevant to the mission of the Planning and Zoning Commission. What has remained constant through my career is a sincere commitment to collaborative leadership, clear communication, and finding thoughtful solutions that serve the greater good. Thank you for considering my candidacy, and I would love to be honored to serve this community and help guide thoughtful growth and development here in Titusville, and I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for considering me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. James?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. James Troutman, 1705 Barnett Avenue. I'm coming before you to see about getting on the Planning and Zoning Committee. I believe that I'd be a good fit for this due to my background in government codes and inspections, things of that nature. I do look forward to, I've been asked to go to the Planning and Zoning Conference in Daytona. So I'm looking forward to that, to learn more about planning and zoning. But that's where I really believe that my background is more the code and things of that nature. That's where my background lies. So diving into the city code and the ordinances and things of that nature would be something more related to my background that I could hopefully help bring out to the citizens of more of a understanding of that ordinance and code. So when they come up and ask for, anything that has to do with changing the planning and zoning of properties or anything like that, hopefully I can dive down into that and see where I'd be able to benefit them and give them information and on what the code pretty much says and what they're able to do within the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Troutman. All right, council, we got two alternate positions to fill. I believe they are different term expiring dates, right? All right, so let's say we do the 2026 one first, because that'll be the next one coming up, just so we're all on the same page. As I was looking through these things, I thought it was interesting that Mr. Troutman's first rank of board was planning and zoning, but he's on BAA as an alternate. Mr. Rothwell, who is not here, his first rank is BAA, and he's not here, but I think, council, if, a motion was made to kind of jockey people around, I'm sure we can confirm with him afterwards, but we could probably get all the slots filled and get it taken care of. But I'll leave it up to council member Nelson.
So my motion would be to appoint James Troutman to the term ending January 31st, 2026, and appoint Anne Marie Seidler to the alternate position expiring January 31st, 2027. And then,
I will second that.
and then reach out. We'll have to reach out.
We'll have to advertise it and then, let
We're
them
talking
know.
about the BAA one?
Yep. That in my second stands.
Okay. Any further council discussion? I have a motion by Member Nelson. I have a second by Member Stokel. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for stepping up and serving our community. City Manager?
Yes, sir. The next item is the Titusville Environmental Commission, and the recommended action is to acknowledge receipt of a memorandum from the Vice Chairperson of the Titusville Environmental Commission for the removal of Robert Walter as a regular member with an unexpired term that will expire on November 30th, 2027, and there are no other applications on file.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk, are there any cards?
Stan Johnston.
There's no, I think you said no, there's no cards, there's no people who have tried to get this position. Isn't that what they said?
Said no applications on file.
I have an application.
We're removing a person that's been absent is what's happening.
Yeah, but he said that there's no applications.
For us to consider.
We have to remove the person first, and then we'll probably advertise.
I don't think that's what was said, but okay, anyhow, I think there was no applications. I have an application in. And this is a difficult situation because the people in TEC, I want to say they're tormented by a number of things. Before you were here, Mr. Connors, is that Robert Jordan said some very difficult things about the TEC, was disrespectful of this council, and I've heard it repeatedly, that TEC is disrespectful of council in a number of things, and that should pretty much shut their mouths. And of course, I've been in a position where I've got TEC support against the council for spraying people with sewage and not fencing off or doing something about keeping people away from the park ponds full of
Mr.
sewage.
Johnson, you're about to
This
get
is
pointed
very
of
much
order
has to
again.
do
We're
with
talking about the
TEC.
removal of somebody
Right.
from the board, not about what their policies are.
Okay.
So talk about.
I don't blame people for not going to these meetings or getting out of this position, because you treat the people like in TEC like dirt. Same as some of the people in the North Brevard Parks and Recreation Program, like the people who say, let's not spray people with sewage.
Stay on topic,
And
Mr. Johnson.
that's it. That's what these people are making decisions on. And I'm saying it's a very difficult job because our government is dysfunctional and violating numerous laws. And the laws that you know about is what I'm talking about.
All right,
I've
Mr.
already talked
Johnson, I'm
about.
going to ask you to sit down. You're not on topic.
That's not on topic?
No.
In other words, talking about what
Have
the
a seat,
decisions
please.
will be made by TEC?
Have a seat, please.
Okay, I'm going to sit down
Thank
under
you.
protest.
All right.
Okay? Thank you.
Appreciate it. City Clerk, any other cards? No, sir. All right. Member Nelson.
Can I move to acknowledge the receipt of the memo from Vice Chairperson of the TEC and the removal of Robert Walter as regular member?
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further council discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager, I would turn it over to you, but I believe we're at
Petitions and
petitions and
requests.
request time. So this petitions and request, non-agenda item. Anybody can come up and tell us something.
Hello, everybody. I don't know if I'm going to be able to come down when it's an actual agenda item, so I'm going to speak on it today. Social services is a hot topic right now, and I have taken offense at the suggestion that we didn't want a food pantry in our neighborhood when there has been one there for over a decade. The problem wasn't the use, it was the property that it was moved to. But first, a quick history lesson. We have always had kind hearts in IRC. For example, one of my favorite founders of the town, Vernon Nelson, used to feed the unhoused if they seemed honest or asked for work in exchange for food, and lots of people did because she was close to the railway station. Her house is now Liberty Lodge, a rehab for addicts, and is the only social service allowed to rebuild and continued if destroyed. It continues her legacy of giving 100 years later. That's right. We're supposed to be eventually down to one social service to the neighborhood. When the neighborhood plan went into place, we had 7 properties that provided social services. Over a decade later, we should only have 5. Instead, we have at least 11. How did that happen? Because of what I've been saying for years, the city does not follow the neighborhood plan, zoning, or use table. And they are all needed social services in our community, and that's why you haven't had complaints unless it became dangerous. So the food pantry, and to preface, I am not the one who officially complained. They put it on my street. I was less than 25 feet from their uses. They had been told a decade prior they couldn't put it on Acorn. At that time, they had cars lined up down Acorn, around Mount Vernon, and down Birch. They moved it for a long time and then decided last year to move it back to Acorn. The problem wasn't the use. It was how the property was not right for the use. They have 1 parking space and were directing everyone to park in the alley. 30 cars an hour were using the alley, which is 1 car every 2 minutes, making the street impassable. One time someone parked on my neighbor's front lawn and offered we'd have people parked on our alley. They used the sidewalk to line people up and only admitted a couple people at a time, and people would line up hours before they opened. Once a woman was passed out on their front lawn 2 hours before they opened, and every time she would wake up, she would scream the F word. That was pleasant as we went left to drop our daughter off at school. They would block the public sidewalk for up to 5 hours. And even with all that, I have problems with how strict you are in your proposed guidelines for food pantries. Lessen the distance from residential uses, require all uses to be on private property, and advise that social services get to know their neighbors. Because if they had talked to us, we would have let them know that the city already told them a decade ago a food pantry can't go on our street. Those were the problems, not the use itself. My ask this time is that you all get a copy of the neighborhood plan and read it, because it is not just about social services. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name hasn't changed. It's still Stan Johnston. The same guy was up here not just recently, and it was removed because I was told that I was not on topic, but I believe I was. Now, I guess I'm not allowed to show these signs, I think. Is that right? One's a photo
Correct.
of a dam, okay? So you agree with that, apparently. The city attorney agrees with that. And so I think that that's illegal, what you're doing. I think that's part of my constitutional rights. But apparently, none of you people believe that way, so that's the way it's going to be. So I won't show these, although one's got to do with the dam that I tried to show recently, and I was not allowed to show that. That was tonight, and tonight again I can't show it, and I've got another poster on SNJ Oaks, which I just sent you a long email about today, and I hand delivered a copy to Joe De Niro as per that same letter. So that letter has to do with, it says some horrible things about the city of Titusville, and that I'm going to court, and maybe the city of Titusville is also going to court about it, and about this, and it's gone to the Supreme Court of the state of Florida, which you're probably not interested in, but you may have some witnesses to attend that. So I've got in bold, I write that I repeat my serious formal complaints against as illegal and unsafe conditions due to open and tourist errors and omissions by Fisher P. East, Surveyor Snow, H&H Surveyors, and the city of Titusville. I'm just reading from this email that I sent you. And I'm referring to it, which Mr. De Niro has been asked by me to file formal complaints against a number of people, including your fire chief and your chief of police, because we've got a crash hazard out there on SNJ Oaks right now. Right now. You go there and it's designed that if you enter SNJ Oaks and you're midway in the middle of SNJ Oaks, 20-foot concrete pad, you're going to run right into a new fence, head right into it. It's going to crash. So it's a crash hazard that, and I've been contacting you guys since email of June the 25th. That's 2 months. Every day I have called City Council to respond to my email of June 25th. That's been over 2 months. And not one of you have ever responded to that particular call, which is made every day, according to Christine Matthews, to return my call. I make it every day.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
So I didn't get to show these.
Any other petitions or requests from the public, non-agenda items?
Me?
And one's the public's then.
Okay.
Sunflow by Christina Michelle. I stand before you today not only as a resident of this community, but as someone who refuses to remain silent nor be silenced in the face of injustice. Reminding you of the list of demands entered on record July 8th, as well as emailed to each member of this council on August 12th. Shamaria Charles was shot 10 times in the back, chased to be killed while unarmed by Officer Chivez Baez of the Titusville Police Department. We are here because the 18th Judicial Circuit of the State Attorney's Office for Brevard County justified this killing instead of demanding accountability. To understand why this keeps happening, we must look honestly at our history. Titusville and Brevard County are not strangers to the shadows of racial terror. Before you, entered on the record, is an excerpt from the Titusville Florida Star newspaper, 1926, provided by a comrade I met while protesting for the movement of justice for Shamaria Charles. This article, published in Titusville, details the comfortability of Klansmen, Klanswomen to gather, recruit, and hold events in and throughout this county. A right denied by Titusville Police Department on February 28, 2025, when loved ones gathered to mourn the police-involved death of David Riley after he protested the murder of Shamaria Charles. The Ku Klux Klan is not an abstract group somewhere. They marched here, they burned crosses here, they sought to shape this city's development. Through intimidation, violence, and the systemic exclusion of Black families from safety, housing, education, and justice. When we see a system that justifies a young Black man being hunted down and shot from behind, we are seeing the same logic of the Klan, just dressed in a uniform and shielded by the law. The police are the biggest gang in America. I am urging this council to listen to the voices of more than 1,000 signatures, listen to Samantha Charles and the voices of the voiceless. Do not allow Officer Chivez Baez to continue patrolling the streets of Titusville. A man who shot a young person 10 times in the back, unarmed, cannot be trusted to serve and protect this community.
Thank you. See no other petitions and requests, City Manager. Oh,
Yes, sir. Moving
sorry,
on.
hold on. Member Nelson.
If I can. I do have a request, and I want to do it now because Miss Thompson is here, and I think she can help me out, because to be honest with you, I don't understand it. I do want to get permission from council to explore the option of nanobubbles. And there's a company that wants to come in. Let Laura Lee explain. Let's make her explain. Can you explain?
I mean, I think if you're asking for advisability, that's really not a whole lot of explanation needed. If Laura Lee is, a big fan of it, and you want to explore it, like
Yeah.
like we can wait for the advisability and then have a good discussion about it. Is that okay?
Okay.
Because
So-
I think everybody would probably be like, okay.
Yeah, because I think this would be cool if it works. The company is willing to come in. They're willing to do a trial. We need to do some research and find out if it's appropriate. And so, yes, I'm looking for advisability to allow staff to explore this option and attend whatever the company wants, whatever kind of presentation the company wants to put on.
All right, so I have a motion from Member Nelson for advisability of nanobubbles, if I'm not mistaken. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah.
All right.
second.
Yeah.
All right. We got a second from Member Moscoso. Anybody would like to chime in on the advisability of nanobubbles? Advisability from staff. Laura Lee, do you want to talk?
This is a person that understands it.
I get that.
So I just learned about nanobubbles about a month ago. And it's not only nanobubbles, it's having the addition of ozone added to the nanobubbles. So nanobubbles are microscopic bubbles that are injected into a system. The company is called Moliere Incorporated. They work out of Hawthorne, California. They have projects all over the world and mostly dealing with eliminating sewage in water bodies, but they also are very good at eliminating algae blooms and pulling nutrients. And with the addition of ozone into the nanobubble process, they have discovered that they claim it eliminates muck. And so there's a potential that if they're correct and this process works, they could potentially save millions and millions of dollars for Indian River Lagoon project, because they claim that they can do the same thing that mechanical muck dredging does for about a third of the cost. And so we've had discussions, we've looked around. They originally picked a impoundment out on the Space Center, but they believe that having to work with NASA and Space Force and whoever else out there would be more difficult than working and doing something over here on the mainland. They also want to do it in an area where people can actually see the process happening and see the improvement happening. And so Jolynn was the one that came up with suggesting Scobie Park.
Yeah.
And then also the slough at Spaceview Park, both of which have a lot of muck. And so they would like to come and do a presentation here to anybody that wants to come to show their technology and, talk about maybe doing a demo here in Titusville. So there is no funding. We would have to find funding for it. But I believe that can be done. I think that there's probably, hopefully, some people in the community that can step up. Maybe Sandy can get us a grant. But until we start on it, we don't, we can't really go anywhere. So basically, we're asking for permission to have them come and do a presentation and then see where it goes from there. I'm really excited about this. If this works, it could be groundbreaking for the improvement in the Indian River Lagoon and save millions of dollars.
And I will say it's cool because this is a process that, at least according to the company, takes 60 to 90 days. And when you look at dredging the muck, I mean, forever.
Yeah, the issue is figuring out where to put it afterwards, so thank you very much, Laura Lee. I
Yeah, so
appreciate it.
there is no, there's nothing left over. The thing, what it is, it's like a big pump, and the pump injects the nanobubbles, and then there's another thing that injects the ozone. There's a hose that goes in, sucking water out of the body of water. It goes through this process, and it injects clean water back into the system. So that it's a chemical process that causes
Miss Laura Lee,
molecules to
I
bond.
hate to stop you. I appreciate it. We're
Okay.
gonna get the advisability. Thank you very much. Anybody else that want to talk about nanobubbles? Mr. Johnson.
I applied today. I worked on some nanotechnology today. I want to let you know. And that is, I put this conditioner in my hair and I went swimming. And it's nanotechnology is what the protection is, actually for combing hair. But as far as I know, I've never heard of nano bubbles before in my life. And I think it's like 10 to the minus ninth. Those are so tiny that I don't see how you could possibly, it sounds like, I think it's a ruse to call something nano bubbles, because I've never heard of them, and I don't think they exist, that they're produced. So anyhow, I would think before doing it, it would be nice if somebody like that Mr. Cook would look into it. I would suggest, because he's a smart guy. He's really smart. I worked with him before, and he's smarter than me. You believe that? Easily. Okay. So anyhow, I'm just going to suggest to you to have, instead of having them do all this kind of a presentation to the council, I think they ought to talk to somebody who's a pretty smart fellow, that guy right there. And because I think it might be just a ruse. And I've been through a number of ruses in my life that are just, they're not real. They're not real. So, and I've seen it, even in my engineering experience, is that some people come up with ideas that they say does such and such, and they don't do it at all. And this may be one of them. Fact is, what I was doing is that some people had these little containers about that long, and they drug them behind their boat, and they said they were able to dredge big areas for canals in Mexico, and they used hair and all kinds of other things that were in these metal tubes, and they had it in the newspapers about how well they did, that they changed the construction of water molecules with this device. And it was all a ruse. And our company, TWA Engineering Services, said it's nonsense. That's what our conclusion was. That was here in the city of Titusville. So I think I would like you to consider that this may not be what it says it is. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anybody else want to discuss nanobubbles? Mr. Klein?
I'm Bill Klein of 3 Indian River Avenue in Titusville. I don't know anything about nanobubbles or what's been discussed. What I do know is I went to school at Georgia Tech and I did a lot of research in nuclear, and we worked with very small subatomic particles and things like that. I think from what little I heard Laura Lee talk about, this would be a very good project to get information about, to get background on it. I'd like to see some test results. I'd like to see the people who've developed it and how it works. I do know that ozone is a very reactive chemical, much more so than oxygen by itself, because ozone is more volatile than just a plain oxygen molecule. And it can eliminate a lot of things. And a lot of stuff is done at the atomic level when you're making great changes. So I would love to see this project done. I don't think it would hurt anybody here to come and listen to someone give a presentation of what it is, what they've done and what they feel it can do, and then let our experts analyze it. I would like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Appreciate it. So yeah, ozone, O3, highly combustible, you know. But we are discussing advisability. That was, I believe, the motion to be made. So hopefully Kevin and Sandy can do a little deep dive and then report back to us of if they think it's worthwhile for us to explore. And then, you know, maybe at that time we'll discuss if the company coming in and doing a presentation makes the most sense. I believe that was the motion on the table. Correct?
It was. Actually, the motion was to have Kevin and Sandy do a deep dive into it and let the company come in and do a presentation.
City manager?
I believe I understand the advisability. We'll do due diligence on this topic. We'll contact our counterparts over at the county, contact the company, find out about this technology, and we'll come back at the next meeting with a recommendation whether to proceed with setting up a demonstration for all concerned.
All right, so everybody's clear on the motion. Anybody want to change their motion or second? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City manager?
Sir, moving on to consent, we have 8 items on the consent agenda. Any members of council wish to pull any of those items for further discussion?
Member Moscoso?
Yes, I'd like to pull 8A and 8F, please.
8A and
8F.
8F, A and F.
Thank you.
Any other items, council? I'd like to pull item G. I know, right? All right, so we're on items B, C, D, E, H. Everybody good on that? Wanda, you got that? All right.
I'll go ahead and read those
you.
items for the record. Item B, FleetWave software agreement renewal. Approve the contract renewal for a 3-year term in the amount of $88,372.80 over 3 years to Chevron Fleet Solutions LLC for fleet management software to include upgrade to FleetWave Advanced. Additionally, authorize the mayor to execute the contract renewal contingent upon city council approval of the FY 2026 annual budget. Item 8C, Indian River Lagoon Water Quality Improvement Grant Program. Authorize staff to apply for funding through the Indian River Lagoon Water Quality Improvement Grant Program in the amount of $6,045,000 for 4 grants. Item 8D, Traffic Signal AI Detection System. Authorize the purchase of 4 TraffiSense 632 AI thermal imaging sensors from Control Technologies Incorporated for traffic signal detection using Florida Department of Transportation contract DOT-ITB-24-9098-SJ-2 in the amount of $25,942.59, and also approve the addition of Contract Technologies to the vendor of record. Item 8E, advisability resolution number 13-2025, vacate right-of-way application number 2-2025 Orange Street. Approve the resolution number 13-2025, announcing the date of a public hearing to consider vacating, abandoning, and discontinuing certain public streets for a portion of the right-of-way of Orange Street and providing for an effective date. And 8H, acceptance of easement from U-Haul Company of Florida. Accept the utility easement from U-Haul Company of Florida for the U-Haul project.
Thank you very much, City Manager. City Clerk?
First card is K. St. Ange for item C.
K. St. Ange, Maryland Avenue. Please authorize the application for funding through the IRL Water Quality Improvement Grant Program for these 4 grants. The first 2 grants would fund reef arch wave attenuation and the planting of mangroves along the shoreline at Riverfront Park and the city property on Harrison Street and US 1. As you know, shortly after the completion of Riverfront Park, storm waves destroyed about half of the shoreline and sidewalk, which necessitated costly repairs. Reef arches would prevent this this from reoccurring by slowing down the waves and allowing for rapid shoreline restoration. This would provide habitat for mangroves to be planted and thrive, further stabilizing the shoreline, filtering pollutants, and serving as a nursery for marine species. Reef arches were utilized at Marine Resource Council's Lagoon House, and within 100 days did an incredible job at restoring the shoreline. I've been asked to inform you that the Titusville Garden Club Tree Farm would like to contribute mangroves for these two projects. They started a mangrove nursery 2 years ago, and now, after considerable work, they have a large number of mangroves ready for planting. These have been offered to Sandra Reller for use at the two sites, and Garden Club members would like to participate in planting when the time comes. The other two projects supported by this grant are equally noteworthy, providing sewer to areas not currently served and reuse storage to expand the city's reuse system for irrigation. Please authorize staff to apply for this funding for these important projects, which will enhance our community's environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. City Clerk?
Tony Schiffalo for item C.
Cephalotropic Street, since Vice Mayor Cole is not here tonight, I won't be singing to you my song about the Harrison Street property. I'm here to say the two shoreline protection and living shoreline projects consist of installing reef arches and planting mangroves along the shoreline in those two areas. Reef arches are a great idea, preferable to those concrete pyramids installed near the bridge, so use them. But not planting mangroves, which will grow to heights and thickness that, if successful, will defeat the purpose of these parks as a public area where folks can gather to view the Space Center across the Indian River Lagoon and all those launches. You're going to put in plants that are going to grow up and obstruct the view. You're shooting yourself in the foot. I think there's probably a lot of other, although Kay does not agree with me, there are a lot of other plants that you could use to create a living shoreline that's not going to block the view. That is the most beautiful property directly across from the vertical assembly building. I always called it that. It's actually the vehicle assembly building. I'm sorry. I am almost compelled to sing. Let's build that stairway to the stars, but don't plant mangroves to block the view. Thank you.
Well, thank you for singing and being on topic. That takes talent, Ms. Schiffalo. Thank you very much. City Clerk?
Bill Klein for item C.
Bill Klein, 3 Indian River Avenue, Titusville, Florida. I am very much in favor of the projects that have been mentioned for restoring the Indian River Lagoon. I would like to make one comment about the mangroves. I have seen the worth of mangroves down in the Florida Keys, where there have been a lot of hurricanes, especially at Marathon and Sombrero Beach, that area. Mangroves are excellent for breaking wave motion, holding the soil in place. I have also seen down in the Keys where people have seawalls to protect their property. They've planted mangroves outside of the seawall to help protect their seawalls. They have gotten permission that since they are planting mangroves, and these mangroves are not just automatically coming, they're allowed to prune them so they don't get too high. I have also seen this done in Jupiter along the Loxahatchee River. There will be houses that didn't have mangroves before, but because they will protect the shoreline and they didn't want to spoil their view, they were held something like outside the seawall, maybe a few feet above, and they had permission to plant because people in charge, I think the FDEP, whoever is in charge of the mangroves, know that if they didn't give them permission to prune them, they wouldn't plant any. Therefore, pruning and allowing them to get a thick, solid hedge-like protection protected their shoreline. So I think we can plant mangroves without spoiling views, and I think we can get permission to do proper pruning and help the Indian River Lagoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. City Clerk?
Ms. Breckle?
Marlis Breckle, Titusville. I think that was St. John's River that gave people the permission to prune. If they planted them and they could show that they were the ones that planted them, then they were authorized to prune them. I wasn't even going to talk tonight, but then I was thinking about mangroves, and this popped up in my Facebook, and I copied and pasted it, and by the time I got back to it to give them credit, it was gone. I think it was the Indian River Lagoon Coalition, but I could be wrong. So this is what they said about about mangroves. When it comes to protecting the Indian River Lagoon, mangroves are a powerhouse. These incredible trees do it all. Absorb wave energy and reduce erosion, stabilize soil during storms, build land naturally by trapping sediments, provide nursery habitat for fish, crabs, shrimp, and oysters. I've been kayaking among mangroves a lot, and you see all the little baby things hiding in there from their predators. Store carbon and help fight climate change, filter pollutants and improve water quality. Who doesn't want better water quality? Support birds, mammals, reptiles, and more. Compared to man-made seawalls, living shorelines with mangroves and grasses offer long-term benefits. While seawalls can crack, collapse, or reflect waves, making erosion worse, the waves can come up under the seawall, and pretty soon the erosion is worse. Natural shorelines adapt, growing stronger over time, boosting diversity and looking beautiful too. When a seawall fails, it can cost you, but a living shoreline takes care of itself.
Thank you very much. City Clerk?
Laura Lee Thompson on item C.
Bill and Marlis are right. Oh, sorry. Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue, Mims. You can trim mangroves, and you can ride down South Tropical Trail on Merritt Island and along the Banana River, and the homeowners, property after property they've cut their mangroves. They look like hedges. It's like hedges along the Indian River. So I don't think that trimming the mangroves is going to be a problem. And once again, I can't say enough good things about Sandra Reller. I mean, these millions of dollars worth of grants she's applied for, and she gets them. So all you guys got to do is give her permission, let her go, and support what she's been doing. It's incredible. Salute you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. City Clerk?
The last part is Stan Johnston.
Stan?
Stan Johnson, I may be incorrect. I thought we also pulled item A. Isn't that correct?
We did.
We didn't. We went, instead of going to A, we went to C.
Well, we haven't discussed it. We're on the consent agenda items, which include B, C, D,
Or A.
E, H. Not A.
Not A?
Not A. F or G. We're going to do those separately.
Okay. Yeah, C. Okay, C. I'm on C right now. And that is, it was mentioned about being a nursery place for animals And that is an important feature of and definition of an estuary. An estuary is a place of birth and growing up, and we don't have that. We don't have that on these shores that we used to have it. I've been on the West Coast a good bit, and we have a different kind of mangrove for the main part that is just flourishing over there and having, it just grows differently, maybe because the Gulf is just very different, and also internal of the Gulf. But I want to say is I certainly have concern about mangroves, and I support them, and I'm not sure which one, because they have, I don't know, they have about 5 different kinds. So and I need to mention something, is that we have mangroves just a little bit north of, no, just a little bit east of Parish Park. There's a south road that goes along the river, and what the wildlife people have done, federal, is they have trimmed those repeatedly, and they butchered them when they trimmed it, what I've seen, trimmed it on both sides of the road and up against that. And I've called them on this, and they said, well, we can do it because we can do it. And so I'm just sharing with you is that the government people for this wildlife refuge that we have, Merritt Island Refuge, they trim their, what do you call them? Mangroves. So it's just what is done, and I'm not going to fight them. Thank you. You shouldn't either.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. City Clerk? All righty. Member Nelson?
I do have a question before I make my motion. Item D, where is the traffic signal AI detection?
The narrative is in the agenda packet is incorrect. It's not on Park, it's on Harrison and
Barn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Harrison and Barna.
Okay.
There's a light there. On Park, it's just a T, and you go either left or right. There's no light there.
That makes more
So
sense.
Our apologies for correcting that.
Okay. I would make a motion to approve consent agenda items B, C, D, E, and H.
Motion from Member Nelson,
Second.
second from Member Stokel. Any further council discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Mayor, it requires a roll call
Oh,
vote.
sorry, there's a resolution there, wasn't there? You got me. You did it. City Clerk?
Yes, sir. Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Member Nelson? Yes. Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
What is your point of order, Mr. Johnson? We were on the same thing you just spoke about. We just did a roll call vote. You got your card called.
You said C, and I have a part on these other ones.
Thank you. We'll get to them. All right, so that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager on to item 8A.
Item 8A is the stormwater outfall risk assessment and monitoring, and it's to approve task order number 5 to contract CO21Q027 Stormwater A&E Services Continuing Consultant in the amount of $89,828.70 to Geosyntec Consultants Incorporated to provide engineering services associated with stormwater outfall risk assessment and monitoring. Additionally, authorize the city manager to execute the task order contingent upon city council approval of the FY 2026 annual budget. And Public Works is here to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk, can you call the cards for this item, please?
Yes, sir. Stan Johnston? It's for item A.
My name is Stan Johnston, and I'm not sure what's going on, because what you just did pass was what in the last vote? You passed what?
The consent agenda items that were not pulled.
That were not what?
that were not pulled from the consent.
Well, B was not pulled, was it?
No, it was not.
Did you vote on it?
Yes.
Okay, and I thought it was just C.
Nope.
So I wanted to speak, okay, now, so I do have it for A. And, I'm not going to, I just have a neutral, so I'm going to pass on A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. City Clerk?
Casey Nong.
St. Ange, Maryland Avenue. I wish to express my support for approval of the contract to Geosyntec Consultants to monitor major stormwater outfalls into the IRL to identify potential issues and protect water quality and human health. The goals of the proposed project would proactively identify sources of pollution of the lagoon. As Geosyntec said in their August 5, 2025 letter to Public Works Sandra Reller, their efforts have already determined a source of elevated bacteria near Spaceview Park and address the sewage leak there. Please approve this contract for Geosyntec to identify high-risk stormwater outfalls discharging into sensitive water bodies. The consultant would develop a priority list of sampling locations, perform the sampling for E. coli and human fecal matter, and make recommendations based upon these samplings. The presence of E. coli and human fecal matter in the lagoon poses significant health risks, including diarrhea, vomiting, skin and eye infections, wound infections, kidney damage, or sepsis. While many other pollutants should be tested for, such as pesticides and heavy metals like mercury, lead, zinc, and copper, testing for the presence of E. coli and human fecal matter is a good start to safeguarding residents' health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. City Clerk?
Tony Schiffalo.
Kay's going to be mad at me again. So under the scope assumptions on page 58 of 611, item 2, no public involvement or stakeholder meetings are included in this project. So I'm speaking now a little bit of history. $90,000 for testing a site only twice a year for 2 years, that's 4 times per site, is not sufficient. 60 total samplings for only 2 water quality parameters, the coli and human fecal matter, is a bare minimum and needs to be expanded. It will not test how much nitrogen, phosphorus, and other pollutants are dumping into the Indian River Lagoon from stormwater ponds and stormwater sewers. The Swirl project that was brought earlier by a local geochemist and a former associate professor of environmental resources had the potential to demonstrate the multiple components of pollutants that are degrading the IRL. It would have involved local high school and college students in data collection. And anyone with the understanding of science can immediately recognize how much needs to be done that this $90,000 project is not going to do. Titusville does not test, calculate, or even estimate how much nitrogen, phosphorus, and other pollutants are being added by all the developments that are being approved. Member Stokel, I appreciate you paying attention. Titusville brags about completing projects that remove tons of phosphorus. However, the water quality gets worse and more marine life dies. So what have we really accomplished? I would say it is wise to listen to the residents of Brevard County, as many experts in relevant fields reside on the Space Coast. From rocket scientists to environmental citizen scientists, our county hosts a wealth of knowledgeable, trained, and practicing experts in areas relevant to building and maintaining a healthy yet prosperous Brevard County for all its citizens. So go ahead and pay for this project because, unlike the former city council that sat here, which didn't want to test in case something bad was found and then you'd have to fix it, in the words of Robert Jordan, at least this council is willing to start. So I'm going to say in my last 30 seconds, yes, test. You're not testing sufficiently. What is going to happen if you test in January and in February there's a pipe leak and then you don't discover it for the next 5 months? Testing 4 times in 2 years? Not sufficient.
Thank you, Ms. Shiflow. City Clerk?
Laura Lee Thompson.
Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue, Mims. Please go ahead and go with this. I think it's great. It would be nice if they did test for more things, but the sewage is the main thing that really, we got nutrients going in. There are volunteers that would jump at the chance to do testing of our stormwater outfalls for the nutrients and the other things. I think it's good that you're going to end up with a analysis of your stormwater system that picks out the main ones that are close to where a potential sewer spill could happen. I think that data is going to be good. And had we had some kind of thing like this in place before the Sandpoint Ponds sewer spill in 2020, it would have detected the sewage leaking into the Sandpoint Park ponds months before the sewer spill happened. So I think it's better to be proactive, and this will also help our reputation, because we have a bad reputation, and this is gonna make us look a lot better, and it's a good thing. So I hope you do approve it, but I would hope that you would consider allowing volunteers to test the stormwater outfalls for other pollutants too. And we wouldn't charge $90,000.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Last card is Bill Klein.
Bill Klein, 3 Indian River Avenue, Titusville, Florida. I'm very much for testing the water, and I think you should sign the contract. Back in 1999, the TEC had a plan of action for Titusville, which they were saying they wanted to sample the 52 major outfalls and baffle boxes into the IRL. They wanted to obtain water quality and from the FDEP and request water quality test study be implemented. So they've been talking about trying to do water quality testing since 1999. This would be a good start. It's the first time I've heard Titusville being willing to test the water. This time what happened on 8/1/2023, Titusville received a letter from the FDEP to look into a sewage smell problem at Scobie Park. And Kevin Cook went and checked very quickly and found that there was 332 MNP, 100 milliliters of E. coli measured there, which is above limits. And he started looking more into testing, and they hired geosync consultants to come in and analyze the problem and look into it and try to find what the problem was. They found that there is a sewage leak somewhere near Spaceview Park through the testing, which if they had been testing more frequently, they may have found the sewage long before. Sort of like in July of 2018, no one knew there was a huge sewage leak up around Sycamore Street, and until neighbors saw sewage coming up in their backyard, and they called, and what they found was there was an abandoned sewage pipe that had burst and was flooding out into the Indian River Lagoon, and they had 870,000 gallons of raw sewage, which would have been nice to have found sooner instead of waiting till somebody just going down the street saw sewage flowing. And also on the 7.2 million gallon sewer spill at Sandpoint Park, I test water for the MRC. I found problems outside of Sandpoint Park. I test right at the Max Brewer Bridge. For some reason, the water visibility was extremely terrible. It started
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
And I can
Appreciate
tell
it.
you,
We understand your passion on
We
this
need,
matter.
we need to do a lot more testing, and I think we need to look at more outfalls plus stormwater parks.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk, are there any other cards? Member Moscoso?
Thank you. So I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Abate, Kevin, and then Mr. Klein and Ms. Berkeley's, and I was really excited to see this on the agenda. I know this isn't maybe the amount we would want, but I hope that this would show the citizens that we are looking to test. And so it's a start. I mean, of course, we would love as much testing as possible, but I am super excited to see it moving forward. And then Tony, just to let you know, in our conversation, I also asked perhaps we could bring in an element for the citizens to know when the testing was happening. And so an element of that's not included in the contract, but I don't see why citizens couldn't come out and just see that. So that's something I believe that we can work on. It's something I would be interested in seeing. So I think this is a good step forward. And I would say, yes, there have been issues in the past, and I think we would all acknowledge that. But I do believe this council, and then with Mr. Abate, and with Mr. Cook as well, any issues we see, anything we smell, I mean, I'm calling immediately. I'm going out there asking for testing, asking for signs. And so I think we are trying to be as proactive as we can. Is this the end all be all? It's not, but it's a step forward, and I'm very excited about that.
Any other council discussion? Member Nelson?
I would move to approve consent agenda item A.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager?
So next item is 8F, lobbying services contract, and the approval is requested for a professional lobbying services agreement with Smith and Associates, attorneys and counselors at law, and their representative, Jason Steele. Under this contract, Mr. Steele will coordinate the city's state-level activities, including appropriations, authorizations, grant proposals, legislative initiatives, and policy matters with the state legislature and relevant state agencies. Mr. Steele brings extensive experience advocating for public sector interests in Tallahassee, with a strong track record of navigating complex legal legislative processes. As part of a local law firm, he offers an in-depth understanding of the city's operations, strategic goals, and regional challenges. Mr. Steele has significant experience with issues facing Space Coast municipalities and has the cities of Satellite Beach and Cocoa Beach among his clients. The proposed contract term is 1 year or shall continue until terminated by either party upon 30 days written notice to either party beginning October 1st, 2025, at a monthly rate of $2,500 with an amount not to exceed $35,000 for FY 2026, unless approved by the City Council for an additional amount. And Mr. Steele is here to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk, are there any cards?
Yes, one card, Stan Johnston.
That's it, okay, that isn't, okay. My name is Stan Johnston, and actually, I've heard some good things about this guy, which I think he's kind of like an attorney, isn't that right? You're an attorney also?
I'm not an attorney, no, sir.
Okay, well, but you've been, I know you've been in politics, so.
Yes, sir.
Very much so. I have heard some good things about him, and I'm looking forward to this because we need to protect the public, and I believe that is one of the things that lobbyists do, and the city doesn't. The city violates, so I'm looking forward to, because I really believe that the city of Titusville, like I've told you, and I put you in writing, is that it's not right to disobey God's laws like water flows downhill.
Please stay on topic of the appointment of a
This
lobbyist.
has to do with what, when we bring things to the state,
Talk about Mr.
our
Steele.
matters,
Mr.
when
Johnson.
we bring things to the state, it's supposed to be legal. And right now, the city of Titusville is so much into illegal violations of law. So much. then I write them down, a long list of them. So I'm looking forward to this because I believe it's going to open some areas and expose the dysfunction of our government, the city of Titusville. So thank you very much, and I look forward to this because what you guys are doing stinks. It really does.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Stinks. Well, you're very welcome because, like I've told you before, is what you guys are doing is unbelievable. I mean,
All right, Mr. Johnson.
talking about
Have a seat,
convincing people. Why
Please
can't
have
I
a seat,
talk about
'cause
this?
You're not on topic. Please
It's
have a
not on
seat.
topic. Okay, so in other words, talking
Please have
about
a
this
seat.
matter is not on topic.
Please have a seat.
So I'm going to sit down
Please have a
because
seat.
you want me to sit down and you believe I'm not buying. I disagree with you.
I appreciate
I'm
that.
going to sit
Please have a
down
seat.
under duress.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Please make a note of that, Mr. Jim.
Any other cards, City Clerk? All right, Member Moscoso, you pulled the item.
Yes, thank you. So I'm very excited that we're moving forward with the lobbyist. And I pulled this item because in our original packet, we didn't have a resume for you, Mr. Steele. So I was really glad to receive that. And I see that you have extensive experience. And I've heard, honestly, great things. I just have some questions that I want to know since we haven't hired a lobbyist. And you might be able to answer them for us, or this might be something that we have to discuss. But my questions would be, what are our performance measures, and how do you, I mean, we would love to say, just bring us a lot of money. I mean, but how are we going to measure that? How are we going to measure how effective you are? And so how do you do that? I know that you're the lobbyist for, I think, Cocoa Beach and Satellite Beach. How do you do that for them? How are you accountable to their councils?
Well, I basically, first of all, let me share with you why I'm asking the city council here to be your lobbyist. I'm the former chairman of the Brevard County Commission, a former state representative, and I know what's happening in Brevard County, and I know what's happening in Titusville. I'm extremely excited about it. I'm extremely excited about the potential of NASA coming here. And let me share with you that what you're going to need is you're going to need every person that you can imagine that are involved in politics that can get people, get the legislature, get the governor to, in fact, approve appropriations and funding. In advance of this particular situation, I talked to the mayor and I talked to the city manager, and I got on a conference call with the governor's policy director. And we had a long conference in regards to what specifically would be approved or could possibly be approved to get appropriations for the city of Titusville and the city of Cocoa Beach, city of Satellite Beach. And it's very, very important to understand that it's just not, you don't put in just an appropriations request without having a need. So some of the things that are very important are you need to have shovel-ready projects ready to go. And then you need to have things that are safety-oriented or public needed. So there's some appropriations requests that you could put in that could potentially go into the legislature would pass. It goes before the House and before the Senate. And then the biggest one is it goes before the governor. That's why we had the meeting with the policy director for the governor, Lita Kelly. And so we've got a much better understanding of what possibly could be passed or what appropriation could possibly be received. You know the answer to a question if you don't ask it. So as far as I know, Titusville really has not put in any kind of appropriations request forever. And it is absolutely insane for you to be sitting here with all of this money that's given to everybody in the state of Florida without putting an appropriations request. Now, this is simple. If I don't perform in 30 days, you can say, goodbye, Jason, it's nice to talk to you. So I can only tell you this. I will give you the best advice I can on what, in fact, to do. I will meet with you. First of all, I know everybody on this council except for you, Megan. I'm sorry. I mean, we met one time before. If you hire a law firm, a big law firm to come out, they're going to charge you $5,000 to $10,000 a month, number one. And number two, they're going to give you some junior attorney that doesn't know anything about the appropriations request. Now, I know I don't look 77 years old, ha, ha, ha,
but I'm 77 years old, and I've been 55 years in government. I have been blessed to know just about everybody in the world. I have personal relationships with Marco Rubio, with Rick Scott. It goes on and on and on. And of course, the governor appointed me himself to the county commission. So it's not what you know, it's who you know. And I think that all I can tell you is this. If we get the right appropriations request, we can in fact get the sponsors to put them before the legislature, and then we can in fact get it to the governor's office. And then what we'll have to do is, once we get it to the governor's office, is we'll have to lobby it, and we'll have to do some things to make sure that we're going to get it. But that's not the important thing. In addition to those kind of things, if the city manager calls me, I'll give you an example. The city manager of Cocoa Beach called me and said, oh my God, we had a big giant bump put out in front of A1A, and all of the cars are going over it and crashing the bottoms of their cars. And what can we do about it? Well, what I did about it was I called John Tyler, the director of the Florida Department of Transportation in Orlando, and I said, John, I want you over here tomorrow. And he came over. The city of Cocoa Beach didn't give him any permission to put that up at all. Didn't even warn him. So as a result of that, I can get to the agencies, get to somebody that's going to get over here, get them with the city manager, and then we can work out what needs to be done. So those are some of the things that need to be done. I had recently sent to Tom Abadi the information on the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's grants. Tons and tons, Laura Lee, of grants that they give. If you follow the process and go through it, there's potential to get money there. So I want to do this because I love Brevard County and I love Titusville, and I'm going to tell you right now, buckle your seatbelts, because you're going to need everything you can get, and it's going to come at you fast and strong. When you have Mike Herodopoulos, our congressman, working on this, and you have Sean Duffy, the Department of Transportation, who's now the head of NASA, the temporary head of NASA, working on this, it's going to come at you so fast, you're going to need every bit that you can get done. So I'm offering my services to you at $2,500 a month, and I'm doing that because I love this county. I, honest to God, can get $5,000, $7,000, $8,000 a month from many, many counties if I wanted to, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to handle too many cities, and I want to do the best job I can for you. So that's why I'm here tonight, and I hope that you approve this contract so I can get to work. Do you have any other questions?
I do. I think it's more of a procedural, and I asked Mr. Abate this. How does, I know that we have direct communication with you, but would you mainly, with the staff, be giving him kind of directives on what we need?
Let me share with you what has to happen. I know I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
I take direct orders from that gentleman right there, and he takes direct orders from you. If you direct him to tell me to do something, I'm going to do it. Now, if you have a question that's involved with policy or involved with wanting to see Senator Scott or one of the people, you can call me on the cell phone and say, Jason, I really would like to meet the senator, and I've got an issue I'd like to talk to him. I'll be more than happy to set that up.
I agree. I mean, I think that there's a lot of projects that are going on that are maybe in public works that I would love to give Tom the freedom to speak with Mr. Steele and just go ahead and move forward where it's not all having to come before us. And I know there will be things that we see, but I want, if the council would agree, Mr. Abate to have that freedom to direct you, maybe not necessarily with us having to go through a meeting, because I think time is of the essence in a lot of these situations.
Well, what you have to do is you have to fill out an appropriations form request, and normally the public, after the city manager directs the Public Works Department to fill out the form, then it gets formed, and then we file it with maybe Chase Fremont as the representative, and then probably Senator Wright as the senator that would go forward with the appropriations request, and then we just stay on top of it to hopefully make sure it gets through the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Thank you, Member Moscoso. And I think to answer your question is, in terms of procedurally how we evaluate effectiveness is, well, trial and error, right? We try to, evaluate over the next year and see how we do. It's been a long time since the city of Titusville had a lobbyist. What is it? You think over 15 years?
2009, we had Guy Spearman
Yeah.
for 1 year.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think my
That's
question
fine.
would just be, if you don't mind, how, will we be updated, even if it's just an email of what's going on, what?
Oh,
that would be helpful.
I'll send monthly reports
Okay.
to the city manager in regards to that. And then we will organize things in Tallahassee when the League of Cities has their meetings up there. I'll throw a special function for everybody that wants to come up to meet all of the legislatures that we can, and hopefully get a meeting with the governor, or potentially the attorney general or somebody like that. Governor's a little difficult to get to, but the most important thing for you is to be able to have an established relationship with the state representatives and the state senators. I will, in fact, get you their cell numbers, and at some point in time, we'll, through Andrew and through all you other folks, you'll be able to text them. You don't make a pest out of yourself, but when you text them, they'll know that Titusville's on the map, and they know you want their help. So you just have to be as nice and polite as you can be, but you've got to be kind of in their face. So they need to know who you are. You know who they are. They need to know who Titusville is.
Member Nelson?
Jason, this might be an unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. You're pretty familiar with Titusville.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you see as our needs or what we can do in terms of appropriations? What can you do for us?
Well, that's up to the city. See, I don't know the inner workings of the city. We had a preliminary conversation with the mayor in regards to potential building for the Veterans Administration that potentially would be a service area for them.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not that's something that would be done, but what I strongly suggest is that you do a workshop before the next meeting, and that you sit down and Tom comes up with some things that he thinks is important, and you make some decisions on what it is that you need to do. An easy one is police things, police gear, tasers, cameras. I don't know, does the police department here have cameras?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Well, you might need other things for public safety. The thing that they had today with this
Drones.
temperature on the thing, I thought was
Yeah.
brilliant, and that's a public safety feature. I don't think that would be a lot of money, but you don't want to do too many appropriations requests. You want to do the most effective ones, and you want to do the ones that you think are going to get done. So you do that by doing a public meeting where it's announced and put out in the paper and things of that nature, and you have a discussion in regards to it, and then the city manager makes a decision along with you guys on what you want to do.
Okay, that's fair.
Member Stokel?
Yes. So you guys know I'm really excited about this. I've been trying to get a lobbyist for years. And I've asked for us to file state appropriations for years, and we've never done it. So my ask would be, and what I would hope that our council direction would be, is I think the reason why we've never done it is nobody on our staff really knows the process or how to do it, which is why I wanted a lobbyist. So my ask would be that you sit down with the city manager and go through the different departments and what we're trying to do as far as infrastructure, water projects, public safety, and you give your guidance and direction based on what you're seeing that we have already allocated and budgeted and are proposing to approve in our budget. What do you see that we could potentially partner up with or ask the state for or do a match with? And you give us that guidance, because that's where I think that we as staff and as a city need a little bit of help in saying, okay, what project would potentially make it through? Because I don't think we know. And then what is that process? And I'm okay with the workshop and all that, but I feel like we need to move forward quicker on this. We've already kind of decided that. I think I'd rather that happen and us go forward with picking something so we're not late again this
By the
session.
time you get to the workshop, Tom and I would have already had that meeting, along with some of the staff people. Most important thing right now is working with the staff and determining what they think is important.
Yeah, and that's what I would want to see
Absolutely.
happen,
So
because we've already kind
before
of
that
said
meeting
that.
happened, we would have several things to discuss with you that would be potential appropriations requests.
And I think we're okay with keeping informed, but I think what Member Moscoso was saying, we've kind of already discussed infrastructure projects, water projects, things that are our priorities. We just don't know what would potentially get approved through a state appropriation versus what might get pushed down. And so that's where I think we need a little bit of guidance, and I think that's where we would need your help and
Okay.
assistance
Commissioner
with staff.
Nelson asked me something about muck, And I think probably the lady that knows more about monks is Laura Lee.
Yeah.
But anyway, that normally comes from the Indian River Lagoon Fund or appropriations fund like that. So those are some of the things that if you put them in, it's just a waste of time. It's not going to work. So
Right.
absolutely what
Okay.
you need, what we need to do. That's why we had the big conference call with Lita Kelly from the budget office to determine what, she gave us some great advice on how to get it done. So I think we know all of the things that we need to know.
Okay. And city manager, do you have enough direction from us as far as what we're thinking we want to go forward?
Absolutely. I'll start brainstorming with Public Works and the rest of the staff and come up with a good list of shovel-ready projects and work with Mrs. Steele to make sure that they're would be considered favorably.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Member Nelson.
I do have one question, Jason.
Jason.
Jason, I'm sorry. So would drones be a good request?
Would what be a?
Drones?
Are you talking police drones?
Drones,
Police
absolutely.
drones, yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you why I think about it. I think of school shootings, and you think about it. Drone can go in the school, tell the police where the shooter is without exposing anybody. And I understand if you run it.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, you run a drone into somebody and it ends up cutting them. So you have that distraction where a police officer can get in.
Something the police department should get with city manager on, and then when, the most important thing, and I'll sit down real fast because there's so many intricate parts to this,
Yeah.
but the forms, you really need to tell a story to the legislature. You need to cry that this is a public need. You need to really, really bring it out in that form, and you need to show them pictures. You need to do everything you potentially can. And then at the end, even though the form's 1 or 2 pages long, you need to give another sheet that's just an outline of what the need is. So, in plain English, because the forms are sometimes a little complicated.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Steele.
thank you. And by the way, I am so happy for this one over here. Sarah, congratulations on your vice chairman of the League of Cities. That by itself can be very, very helpful to us. So thanks so much.
Thank you. So the staff should definitely know that we're going after state appropriations because I've been running around here for the last 3 months going, I need a shovel-ready project, I need a shovel-ready project, I need a shovel-ready project. You know, ask Tom, how many times did I say that today? Like 3 or 4 times. They give us a shovel-ready project, let's go after it. And, you know, projects for the lagoon, there's a separate lagoon fund, so it's just understanding that process, knowing where to go. Infrastructure, it could be roads, could be a different fund, but it's just about having access and knowing what is the best thing for us. So in terms of state appropriations, you know, we need to make sure that we're not asking the state to fund engineering or planning because they see that as a future commitment. So we got to have shovel ready. I know it seems like I'm saying that a lot, but that is the key. So we, you know, might even have to come up with some stake in the game of did we have engineering or planning done this year for state appropriations for next year is the big thing. And then public safety comes first, then infrastructure comes second. Don't ask for parks. They'll basically tell you no. So that is important that we're planning ahead. I think a public meeting would not be feasible just because when is the Brevard delegation?
I think September 7th, 30th.
Yeah, so it's coming up quick. Legislative session starts in less than basically a month. So we really got to get on this and make sure that we're making our presence known. I'm very optimistic because in a public setting last week, our Representative Chase Tremont announced to the entire crowd, we're going to make history and we're going to bring money back to Titusville. So he's very gung-ho and very, very supportive of what we're trying to do here. So I'm excited about the idea of getting something done here in our community. So with that being said, I asked for the cards. Member Nelson?
Move to approve the proposed contract for lobbying services pending the approval of the 2026 budget.
Oh, second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Thank you. All right, City Manager.
So last consent agenda item is 8G, approval of employee benefits. And recommended action is to approve the renewal of Employee Vision Care Alternate Plan 1, benefit change to Humana Vision 130 through September 30th, 2027, and approve Group Life and AD&D for fiscal year 2026, contingent upon the City Council approval of the FY26 annual budget. And our HR Director is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, can you call the cards, please?
We have one card. It's Dan Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, so I pulled this item. I'd like to direct council's attention to the voluntary vision plan comparison chart. I am on a different, I don't have the massive PDF, so it's under G and it's probably like 3 pages in. All right. So if you look at where we have 600 eligible employees, and whereas we do comparisons, you go, left to right. Does anybody notice anything about if you compare the plans side by side? Well, a library system is using a different provider. They have half as many eligible employees, so again, their cost should be more. They pay less money. And if you look at the comparison 2 pages down, their benefits are actually richer. Their copays are actually cheaper. Their frame benefit is higher. Their out-of-network reimbursement is higher, and they pay less money. Why we do a 2-tier system for premium payments, I don't know. Mr. Joe, can you answer why do we only do 2 tiers?
Yeah, we've asked our benefits consultant to review, give us some guidance, and her review of these particular comparisons, she did, and gave us the guidance based on, the competitiveness of the cost. Now, I'm sure she took into account the size of those comparisons. This is a rate that we've had currently, and the recommendation from the consultant was to negotiate an enhancement, which we did, an increase in contact lenses and frames from the current benefit, which we did. And we've presented this to our employees at open enrollment, which we're currently in. So based on, the current cost, that there's no increase, we negotiated an enhancement. That's why we're moving forward and asking, for approval. All in all, it's based on, our benefits consultant's guidance.
So why do we have the 2-tier system? Just because the consultant suggested that we have 2 tiers, employee and family?
Yeah, that's what I was curious about too.
Yeah. Okay. So the negotiated enhancement is a slight bump for the same amount of money. So kind of leads me to believe that they've been taking advantage of us for a long period of time and just kind of now agreed. Because again, if you look at the side-by-side comparison compared to the other vision comparisons they had out there, a 300 life company is paying less money and has actually a better benefit than I think even our enhancement, if I remember correctly. So I've seen 60 life companies have a $200 frame reimbursement, $200 contact, higher out-of-pocket, out-of-network reimbursement for virtually the same cost. There's really no reason to have 2 tiers for premium payment. Because if you're just you and your spouse, that should be less than an entire family. If it's just you and your kid, it should be less than the entire family. I mean, even if you don't do it that way, you do dependent plus employee plus 1 dependent or employee plus 2 dependent. There's different ways to break that down. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I wouldn't offer this plan to my worst client. And I do mean that truly. Like, I really want our employees to be valued, and it might seem like a simple thing, the vision plan, but if the consultant is giving us this advice, it's really important that we really evaluate that, because according to the Humana network, there's very limited providers here in Titusville, and I believe we're using the iMed network. Am I correct?
I believe so.
All right, so why are we not just going through iMed directly? Humana's renting the network from iMed, and they're upcharging it, and then it's upcharged to our employees. Does that make any sense to anybody?
Well, I have to say, when I looked through it, I was sort of like, why are we only looking at Humana? Why not look at the others?
Well, again, Humana, I believe, has the network. I believe, that our employees can, take advantage of a larger network of costs. We've not had any concerns or complaints about, the vision plan. We've continued without any disruption, and we just believe that, this is the most cost-effective for our employees and what they've been accustomed to over time. Now, if your guidance is to move forward and, in the future to look at, different options with other networks, other tiers, then certainly we'll take that into account.
When I looked at it, I sort of thought, why don't we get some quotes from MetLife and find out, what they can offer, if it's comparable, if, there are service problems with them, whatever. Just to see if we could get the cost down for the employees, and get better benefits for them. That was my thought. I'm not an insurance person. To me, it's half Greek, but just looking at it, I was like,
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Stokel?
And we rely on our benefits consultant, but, I think we've been prudent in our plan design over the years. It hasn't changed. I think the employees are used to that. We take it seriously in terms of, they're prudent. It's a voluntary program. They're paying for it, and, we feel it's competitive.
Member Stokel?
Yeah, so what I think the mayor's getting at, and again, this is not my area, that's why I appreciate Mayor Connors when he does speak on this. I know this is his area. I think what would make me feel more comfortable, because this is, I do insurance for, like, I get my own for my job and stuff, but I don't know how they negotiate. And I feel like for us, we do get a say now in it. We get to see these things, and we have our mayor that has experience with it. And what I'm hearing is, well, we've done this and our employees are used to this, but while that might be okay, it might not be the best for our employees. And so for me to make a better informed decision, it would be helpful to know, why did we pick Humana? If it is because we have a larger network, that would be a great reason. I could understand of us having a little bit more than MetLife is charging. But I don't know enough about that, and I feel like we're not getting enough information to make that decision. Our benefits consultant's not here, and I feel like when she is here, we need a little bit more explanation to make that. And I get, they might say, well, we just did it, and we're the experts in this, and we know it. But I feel like we're coming up with some challenges to we want to feel confident, at least I do, in making this decision, knowing that we do have our employees' best interests at heart. It's not our full-time area, aside from the mayor. And so I would like some more information before being able to make a decision on it, honestly.
And Member Stokel, just to reiterate, Humana uses the iMed network, so they rent it. So they're purchasing basically another Vision carrier's network, and then they upcharge it.
Okay, and that's good to know. Yeah, that is something I was not aware of. And so that's where I would like to have more of this discussion to make sure that we are truly doing what's best for our employees.
So there's two main networks in Vision coverage. And again, these are small potatoes. I know I'm picking at minute details, and usually I don't. But what I see as a systemic issue with the employee benefits plan, whether it's appropriately funding for our claims or designing of the plan. We heard during the budget hearing about how they designed the plan, and I know we all were like, that doesn't seem right. And as it was presented to the employees, I believe it wasn't received well. And so I think how you design the plan, how you appropriately budget for your claims, as well as even something as simple as shopping out a voluntary vision plan. I'm seeing a lot of red flags. And so I don't know what that systemic issue is. I hope Tom will investigate to figure out why are we doing the things that we're doing, and I hope it's not just because this is the way we've always done them, because when it comes to your second biggest line item next to payroll, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about pennies on the ground. We're talking about dollars flying out the window. And given the fact that our benefits consultant advocates for Aetna, who capped $500,000 of our money, that's very, very alarming to me. And so when I see something like this, that legitimately no 600 life company in the private sector would offer, let alone the public sector, it's pretty alarming.
Can we table this, or are we in a, when's open enrollment?
Unfortunately, we're at a point of no return.
Okay, that's what I needed to know.
We're in open enrollment right now. I wouldn't want to disrupt our open enrollment at this point. We could come back to you at the next meeting if you feel that you'd be more comfortable with a little bit more information from our consultant. I know she's taken into account, larger systems.
And I want to be clear, I'm not just advocating for the cheapest is the best. I just,
I agree.
you know what I mean? I just need a little bit more to know why this one is, in her opinion, better.
Like, literally, I pulled up another client today. It's like 68 lives. It was a quote. It was just less than $7 a month and a $200 allowance for contacts, frames, $10 copays for everything. And then it was every single year, not every 24 months, which is a big difference. Because a lot of times in the vision world, how they get you, I always love saying that this is how they're going to get you, but they'll make the frame benefit every 24 months. So yeah, you can get a pair of lenses every 12 months, but you can only get frames every 2 years. So it's very, very important that we have the right guidance there. I have drafted up an RFP because even though council gave direction for staff to draft up an RFP and provide that back to council for review for the benefits consultant, while we haven't gotten there yet, I have drafted up an example to share with staff that hopefully will come back, because there are some very important questions that need to be asked of a benefits consultant in terms of strategy and how you're evaluating these things and what's the best thing for our employees. Because like I said in the budget meeting, we need to get out of thinking about insurance. We need to be thinking about healthcare. Because at the end of the day, the employees care about, hey, how much is it going to cost them, and B, can I go get the care that I need when I need it? And I heard some grumblings about the formulary and some of the changes there. There are very simple solutions, and they can be implemented. And it just takes the right consultant given the right advice, and hopefully that ultimately staff accepts that advice, because a consultant works for staff, right? So they're going to be not willing to rock the boat because they're the ones that evaluate them, right? Whether they're doing the right job. So the question we got to ask ourselves is, how do we want this to look going forward?
And when do we need to, since it's already appears too late for this, when do we need to have these conversations so it's not too late in the future?
I would say after open enrollment is concluded.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, it takes, 3 months to get an RFP out, right? And then just talk about selection. Then you need somebody to come and evaluate what's going on. And then while they may not be, let's say they're hired 6 months into it, that gives them 6 months of data to see how the plan is running, how it's operating, what the systems are, the benefit administration, administrative services, the PBM, all that data collection, so that they can make an effective recommendation for next year. Because at the end of the day, people got to remember, for the healthcare part of it, we don't have insurance. we are self-insured. We created ourselves. So when people go, oh, it's the carrier's fault. No, it's not. Like, we make it ourselves. We can make it say whatever we want. We really can. So again, we just got to break out of that mindset of we need to provide the most cost-effective healthcare for our employees, and I believe that we can do that. And I'm excited about hopefully having some positive influence in that.
And I would still like the benefits consultant to come back and educate us a little bit more.
Here's, and I don't disagree. I think going into next year, as we talked about through the budget process with healthcare primarily, knowing that, we had some challenges with our catastrophic events or pharmacy. I think we've got some good plans in place. And to your point, Mayor, that we need to go out to procurement of a medical plan. And we'll look at that, and certainly we'll turn that around. To make you all feel comfortable with our vision plan, we can go back to our consultant, maybe taking into account, your comments, and maybe we can negotiate, a more competitive, if you feel it's, the rate should be more competitive. We can look at the tier system, maybe our consultant can talk to Humana and get a more competitive rate, and maybe bring this back to you at the next meeting, if you feel more comfortable with that.
Honestly, I think at this point, you guys are in the middle of open enrollment, right? The employees have gotten the information, it'll just create confusion. I think if anything, see if you can break it up into 4 tiers, because anybody that selects, just, employee plus spouse, that would save them some money, and we can just kind of move forward and find a good plan for next year. Sorry, I get emotional when I talk about benefits, or it's allergies, one of the two.
It's allergies.
Yeah, but I think, again, going forward, we're at a tough, we're kind of stuck, right? When's open enrollment close?
Yeah.
When does open enrollment close, Joe?
September, we started early because of the challenges that we had with healthcare, but we've given our employees till September 11th.
Okay, so we're literally in the middle of open enrollment.
Yeah, we've got a lot that we're trying to compress, primarily with healthcare. These are one voluntary benefit, life insurances. So, yeah, we got a lot going on in a very short period of time.
Absolutely. In terms of the life, it's not the best rate, it's not the worst rate. I just wanted to, again, highlight some of the issues I saw with the vision coverage. But, if we could get a 4-tier for this open enrollment, if it isn't too late, I think that'd be my recommendation. But if not, I think, the ship has kind of sailed on this for this year. Council Member Moscoso, sorry.
Yes. I think the phrase, this is what our employees are used to, I would agree. I think we need to change that mentality. I think this is bringing up a bigger conversation. It's not just the vision, vision for what we're talking about is just healthcare in general. And so I think this is a great conversation. I'm very thankful that we have a mayor that understands this. This is not my area of expertise. But I think every time someone has come up and we've asked questions, you've really been able to poke holes through many, just by asking some questions. And so I think our employees are our biggest asset to the city. And so we want to make sure that they have the best opportunities. And so I'm very happy to follow your lead on this, Mayor, because you have the knowledge. And so I'm looking forward to what we can do for our employees, make it as easy as possible and give them the best options.
Thank you very much, Member Moscoso. Council, anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So move to approve the renewal of the Employee Vision Care Alternate Plan 1, benefit change to Humana Vision 130 through September 30th, 2027, and approve the group light and AD&D for fiscal year 2026, contingent on our approval of the 2026 budget.
I have a motion.
Second.
All right, motion, second. Any further council discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Joe. Was that our last item for consent? We did it, guys. We did it. All right, City Manager.
Yes, sir. Moving on to ordinance, public hearing. 9A, resolution number 12-2025, the annual stormwater utility. And the action is to approve resolution number 12-2025, confirming and certifying the rate and annual stormwater assessment for the municipal fiscal year beginning October 1st, increasing the service rate charge, forwarding the assessment roll to the tax collector's office for collection, utilizing the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem special assessments levied within an incorporated area of the city as authorized under section 197-3632 Florida statutes, adopting findings of fact, providing for an effective date. And we have our Public Works Director and Deputy Public Works Director here to provide a short presentation on the stormwater utility assessment.
Good evening. Get the presentation up. So as the City Manager mentioned, this is the public hearing for the non-ad valorem assessment for the stormwater utility. You're probably not going to be able to see this because it's very small. But yeah, this is the... yeah. So this is just going back to the implementation of the utility in 1990. Brief summary of the transition to ad valorem assessments in 2018 and a little bit of history of the rates since they transitioned from separate billing to assessment. Reviewing current year rate proposal. Previously, the City Council approved a maximum rate of 17.59% increase over prior year rate, which is a $24 per year increase to the single-family residence, the equivalent residential unit. The action tonight cannot go above that number because that is the advertised notice that was sent out. Just for reference, going back to the Stantec review, this is the capital execution for 26 is set at 40%, deliberately to limit the rate impact to $2 per month. We do have projected capital in the next 10 years for about $17 million. Give you an idea, recapping the Stantec projections for the next 10 years to raise our reserves and to fund capital, we're looking at 10% rates the next subsequent 2 years in 27, 28, reducing to 6 beyond there, and then back to a more expected CPI increase for the back end of the 10-year. They projected 3 CPIs, a little above 3 this year, based on the last data. This does raise our reserves and capital needs to fully fund it during this time. Again, another chart that's probably a little small in the chart. This is just the summary of all the properties in the city and how they're billed through their ERUs, equivalent residential unit. You will note that we do offer credits for those that are developed post-1989, which means their stormwater system is permitted. Those properties do receive reductions in their billing as long as the system is still maintained. That counts for both residential and commercial. Also, since this is on the tax bill, early payment of your taxes does generate a discount as well. But this assessment roll will yield nearly $4.88 million for all developed properties. We do not build undeveloped properties. And for note, we also bill all properties, including the cities. This was a rate comparison that Stantec provided. This is our current rate shown in green, our proposed rate shown in orange. In reviewing, most of the rates on this are all scheduling increases. Some have locked in CPI increases. Some are making larger jumps. There are a few that are holding steady, like Melbourne, I know, is holding their rate steady, but most of the others, both above and below us, are sliding upward. So just to give you an idea of how the budget is used, a little easier to see on your screens probably, but 30% of our budget goes to personnel, 48% goes to our operating, 5% goes to capital, 7% is paying our debt, and 10% is in our transfers. This is, again, straight out of the proposed budget. Again, for the salaries and overtime account for 63% of our personnel services, with insurance being the second highest at 18%. And then flipping to the operating expenditures, Repair and maintenance is roughly 35%, with transfers being roughly 38%, and professional service being our third highest with 11%. We are carrying a roughly 5% contingency into next year's proposed budget. Capital and projects are always a big item. Current year, we're about 3.8 million in projects currently, heavily loaded to water quality through to DEP grants and soil grants, 81% going to water quality. As we roll forward, we will have a number of water quality projects roll into next year. We will be funding into maintenance a little more, but we will see our project total, including our Care Forge, roughly 1.8 million next year. Just a small history of the last 5-year capital expenditures. We've been able to build up the capital expense both on the maintenance side and water quality the last 3 years especially. That does include the influx of the ARPA projects that came on board for water quality, which was an influx of capital to this fund. And we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. City Clerk, do you have any cards?
We have one card at Stan Johnston.
My name is Stan Johnston. I'm a professional civil engineer. Actually, I'm also tested for surveying license and mechanical engineering. But my main thrust is civil engineering. And I came here in 1970. In 71, I was employed by L.A. Melvin and Associates, and we did a number of subdivisions and site plans in the city of Titusville. That's in 1971, and also in 1972 and so forth. I believed when I came here is that people were telling me the truth. As a civil engineer, I believed that they were telling me the truth. I was totally wrong. Even though I worked for the city of Titusville, I was not working in stormwater. That's for 7 years, and I retired in 2008. But I'm shocked in 2012 when I'm talking to the head of stormwater, who was Sean Stauffer, and he had never seen the stormwater management plan of the city of Titusville adopted in 1966. Never seen it before in his life, and he's the head. So what has been for years and years and years is that somebody is, as far as I can see, is we did not have a civil engineer overlooking stormwater. Sean Stauffer was never a civil engineer. Oppenheimer was not a civil engineer. So I'm not sure what has happened, but but the city of Titusville is repeatedly violating the stormwater management plans, which I come to you and you don't listen. For example, I say water flows downhill, and you think, well, of course it flows downhill, but not according to what we're doing. I have just reported recently a ditch that's completely been dammed that I've checked both sides of I-95, and it's not moving. It's the one that's just south of Fox Lake Road. It's crossing I-95. It's been blocked for years, and I've reported it years ago. Nothing's happens. That's draining, and it is in our stormwater management plan of Greater Titusville. I'm against what is happening. In other words, not what Mr. Cook is balancing all these different things and spending money, but we need to be working on the stormwater management plan, which we're not doing. We're not doing. And it's a crime. It's a crime, and I'm spit on. I've been, all kinds of things have happened to me because I complain about this. I complain about dams. Dams are completely illegal in the city of Titusville.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
You're welcome.
City Clerk, any other cards? Yes, sir. City Council, Member Sokol?
Yes. This is a tough one for me because I always like to not see such high percentage increases. Just as I noticed that in our packet was a letter, they're just thinking about those residents that are on fixed incomes, and everything is going up. So I just want to be mindful of that. At the same time, I think that we all would agree stormwater is vitally important. And so my request would be if we could, two things. One, see now working with our lobbyist if we can potentially get some funding for any of these projects. So if we do vote on this increase, maybe next year's, we don't have to raise it the 10%. And then two, could we have some type of marketing campaign, either go out social media or something, so when residents see that their rate's going up, we can maybe give them something that shows what the money's going toward. These are the projects that we're working on and why it's making a difference. So again, it's one of those tough things. I don't like to see an increase, but I know it's going for the betterment overall of our community. And so I'd just like to educate on that and then also see if we can potentially get some state funding.
Thank you. Member Moscoso?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I'm hoping with state appropriations that maybe next year we won't have to go up to the 10%. I think we discussed this before about rate projections. And so, like, what did the rate projections look like for last year? Did they say 17% for this year? Do you know what they were?
They did.
Is it 17%?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it was rounded up to 18.
Oh, wow.
so this one was really hard.
Ah, darn. Okay, but I would really hope that next year, because I don't think any of us actually want to raise taxes. I think, like you said, I think there are a lot of people who aren't even making it right now, and everything is going up. I think we're all feeling it. I mean, FPL is going, it's just insane. And I do want people to know, though, we get a lot of requests, and I get a lot of people who reach out to me because of certain things they want. And Kevin is always very accommodating, and that comes with a cost. And so sometimes when those projects get done, I saw the price of some of those, and I was kind of shocked because for me, it's okay, Kevin, what can we do here? And you go out and you take care of it, but there is a cost to that, and it's a cost to the residents as well. And so I think people need to understand. I think I need to understand that as well of, okay, Kevin, where is this on the priority list? And then sometimes saying, hey, I'm sorry, this is not going to be able to be done right now. And just having to be very honest with where we're at. I know that a complaint I hear is, well, you know, that should have been maintained. And maybe it should have, and unfortunately, maybe it wasn't. So we might be playing catch up for right now. But that was really eye-opening of seeing the cost of those things. So I think that is part of it with all of these things that come in. If we want this done, and I want my street done here, and I want this. And a lot of those are very valid concerns, and a lot of those are because there has been neglect. It does weigh on the budget. And so people can remember that as this price, unfortunately, could increase.
Thank you very much, Moscoso. Anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you, guys. Member Nelson?
Move to approve resolution number 12, 2025 annual stormwater utility assessment roll.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? City Clerk?
Member Nelson. Yes. Mayor Connors.
Yes.
Member Stokel.
Yes.
Member Moscoso.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. I would say thank you, but I think you guys are up again. City Manager?
We have no ordinances first reading or old business. We'll move on to agenda item 12. 12A is the septic to sewer assistance options, and recommended action is to provide direction for assisting with resident costs of connecting to the city's utility system. As you recall, several meetings ago, council directed us to look at ways that we could help mitigate the cost to our citizens who want to or are required to hook up from the septic to the sewer. And Public Works will also have another presentation to discuss those options.
So just a brief overview of the septic to sewer program as it currently exists. We go through the goals of it, some current, future projects, the cost to the citizens, and some options we came up with to assist citizens in making those connections. So as you may know, there's Florida Statute 403 for the BMAP areas required us to submit a plan to address on-site sewage and disposal systems. We were asked to do a 20-year plan to address as much as we can, and then also benchmark those that can't be addressed in a 20-year cycle. Just to give you an inventory, about 1,200 inside city limits currently, septic tanks as best we can tell. Of that, 136 are available today to gravity. Another 79 are available to our pressure system. That amounts to about 11 and 6% respectively. Within the BMAP area, specifically the east side of the city that drains to the Indian River Lagoon, 485 tanks exist, with 37 currently today accessible to gravity, with another 27 accessible to the pressure systems. So currently, we recently created a sewer expansion on Echo Drive that allowed for the connection of 6 homes. It actually was a plan that was over a decade old that we were able to implement using local funds. We also upgraded the water mains in that area to interconnect to our larger mains. We currently have 2 grant programs from Sorrel, one on River Edge Drive that we're looking to connect 5 through pressure, and another on US 1 to connect another 7 to pressure. We will be providing the taps, and Sorrel will be assisting hopefully with doing the pressure connections. We recently awarded a DEP grant from Protecting Florida Together grants in the governor's office for Gibson Street to also get a sewer main extension, which will bring 32 homes online that are currently on septic. They'll be placed in a gravity system. So part of the challenge of those is that we didn't support the citizens in their connections. But to give you an idea, we have 15 future plan areas of 970 septic tanks, about 35.5 million over a 20-year cycle. Anything that doesn't connect during that cycle under current incoming state laws, they'll be going to advanced septic systems anyway. This is just a map of the areas. They're a little spread out, but Queen Street's a large area. A couple areas along the river, which are the prioritization ones for Sorrel. Cathedral Pines, another area that was previously developed in the county, annexed into the city, that is also served by septic. So cost to citizens that, based on the ECHO project, we know pretty much how the gravity system costs transfers to the citizens. We already had 3 homes connect, and they pulled their plumbing permits, so I was able to pull their cost projections. The impact fee is about $2,000, a little over, and between $10,000 and $15,000 for the plumber utility contractor to make the connection and dispose and abandon your septic system. The pressure connection, because to create the pressure, you do have to put a small lift station at your home. Small grinder system, pre-made for houses, same impact fee, a $20,000 to $40,000 connection for the station, including the electrical hookups. So obviously there's some cost to connecting. So some opportunities that we looked at for how we can assist the citizens in offsetting some of this cost or helping defer some of this. Currently, an impact fee can be spread out over 24 equal payments. So one of our advisability suggestions would be to extend that time period to match the repayment of the construction, whether that be 10 years or longer or shorter duration that the council chooses. Just would be a code change to our impact fee ordinance allowing that 24 to be extended. Then on the connection and abandonment side, Sorrel does offer grants. DEP also offers grant opportunities. A lot of the DEP grants will predicate the city owning the private side of that lift station in these cases. And then we did reach out to neighborhood services, particularly to the Gibson extension. There are some opportunities within the neighborhood services department to provide some grants to help with that specific area. Those would be limited by location. So we would like an advisability for the city to work on a contract agreement with property owners, including an extended payment plan to pay the cost over a number of months on the utility bill. We would be looking to lien the properties to ensure repayment. And then we would offer a suggestion that this only be a limited time offer as we expand, instead of having an open-ended program offered for that period of time, a year or two after the extension. Currently, we allow 365 days before we start charging for availability on our utility bills. So if that's to be mirrored or extended, but to not have it be an ongoing program, allow it as places are offered up for extension, they be given a 1-year period to connect using these programs. Otherwise, they come back at their cost. The third advice we would like for the council to consider is we currently do not require mandatory connection. We allow the utility to be available, but we do not require you to connect. The state will, when your septic tank fails, they will not issue another septic tank permit, but we do not have a requirement that they connect today to our utility. Some cities, most recently Palm Bay, Cocoa is doing it as well, looking at going to mandatory connections to require today that those utilities be used, as opposed to sitting and waiting for the septic to fail they're moving forward with a program to require connection. Coco's doing it as part of their septic sewer program. Palm Bay passed it citywide. They also expanded that to water, where they made it mandatory to connect to the water utility as well. They were allowing wells. They no longer allow that. But just for consideration, these are items to consider. We obviously will come back with all these. There'll be agreements and ordinance changes that we'll work through legal staff and city manager on if any of these are options the council would like us to pursue. The Sorrel DEP and neighborhood services grants are already available. We steer people to Sorrel today. Sorrel funds don't last long, but I'd be happy to answer any questions and take any direction you may have for us.
City Clerk, do you have any cards on this item?
Stan Johnston.
She called your name. Well, as long as it's on topic, I'm fine with it.
My name is Stan Johnston, and I grew up with septic tanks throughout my life. And we never had any problems. In West Virginia, we never had any problems. And even in the city of Titusville, we never had any problems. I know that we had one time, we had a distribution box blocked, and I just cleaned it up, dug it up and cleaned it up, and it works fine now. But sometimes the drain fields do fail. I'm in disagreement with many, many people that come here and speak about how horrible septic tank systems are. We had a very nice house. My parents bought a house with pool and so forth on Bell Terrace. It's 1/4 acre. We had well and septic tank right there on our property for years. And when my parents moved there in 70, they still had a well and septic tank, although sewer was available and water was available. For many years, we just stayed on sewer and water from our well and our septic tank. Nobody got sick. Nobody. And that's pretty much the same way that my wife grew up in Scottsmore, except that now they have, no, that's right, well and septic tank, many lots in Scottsmore. So right now there is a great furor, and people come here and saying they're experts and say that septic tanks are horrible. And we have many regulations, again, raising the cost of septic tank systems. My golly, I know people are just pulling their hair out because it costs so much to replace a septic tank. And oh my golly, I don't understand what's going on. I've talked to some plumbers about it, and they say, can't believe what's going on. They're just raising the cost, and they can't justify why it's doing it, except let's make more money. Let's say everything is no good what we got, and we're going to have to do new kind of regulations to make people spend lots of money and say that it's killing our river. I don't think it's really killing our river. Like you have these experts come up, which I don't believe are experts, come here and talk to the city of Titusville of how bad sewage is coming from septic tanks. I don't see it myself, although I do know in West Virginia that some people, they didn't even use septic tanks. They just ran their sewer and just put it right into the river or put it down the hill, run down the hill, which was a bad thing to do. But anyhow, this is the cost here that we're looking at is tremendous. And if there's something you can do to allow these people to, I don't know, because I don't even know what the state rules are now with septic tanks. I don't know what they are. But it's
Thank you,
it's
Mr.
horrible.
Johnson.
It's very hard for people. Thank you.
Member Moscoso.
Thank you. Brett and I recently had a meeting with a business owner, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's only one person in Brevard County who's issuing permits for septic tanks. Do you remember that? I remember that being said, and so it can be a very lengthy process right now, and that was one of the issues. So I do like the idea of 24 months. However, I don't know if this is a wild idea, but I'm actually kind of surprised by the impact fees. Would it be sensible to perhaps use it as an incentive to waive those fees for a year. That being, if a person can even get the, if we could possibly waive those fees as an incentive to get people to move over faster. I mean, because I will say there is impact. We've seen some studies. There is an impact to the lagoon because of septic tanks, especially near the Indian River Lagoon. And so I don't know if that's something, I think it's in our code that you were talking about, we'd have to change code to even get to the 24 months. But is that a possibility for us to waive those fees as an incentive?
So the 24 months is already in the code for impact fee. It can be applied to utility bill. I'd have to look at the code, but I think the council does have some rights on impact fees. I will caution a little bit that the impact fee is meant to pay for the capacity that the plant has already created. Yeah. So by waiving it, that's essentially giving away free capacity in the sewer plants. Okay. And those impact fees are what's funding the extension of these mains in the cases where the city's funding them. The expansion of our utility system is coming from those impact fees. So I don't know if that's can be seen as an incentive, but we certainly can research it. If that's something
well, if it's not sensible, I don't want you to even spend your time on it. I was just kind of curious if that would have been an option. But I want to say thank you so much because for bringing these options, because we want to make sure people have available resources, especially looking at like Gibson Street and the possibility of using some grant money down there. I think that's really important.
Thank you, Member Mosquito. So, Member Stokel.
Yes, I had a few questions for clarification. You mentioned that the state will not allow you to get a new septic tank if yours fails. Is that correct?
Once it's deemed to be, once sewer is accessible to you, you cannot have a septic tank.
Okay.
So when we install the sewer in front of the home, and by law it's fronting upon the home, by our code it's gravity. We do not call pressure systems accessible, although they truly are, but the state will not issue the permit at that point, or the county issues the septic permit. They can't issue it once it's acceptable.
A lot has happened in the last month or
Okay.
so. So actually right now there's a moratorium, there's a court order. No new septic tanks are being issued at the moment right now, but
Okay.
that's being challenged. But there's also in the BMAP, which became effective July 18th, there's no new installations in the BMAP area of conventional septic tanks. You have to upgrade to the nutrient reducing septic tank, which is more expensive. That's effective now. The and like he said, right now you can't connect if sewers available. By 2030, the state has put in, if you have a septic tank, you have to either upgrade or connect by 2030, no matter, even if it hasn't failed. So there's a lot of different moving parts, but everything
Okay.
is going away from septic.
That's kind of where I was trying to get. So I feel like I've had discussions on septic, and there's varying opinions on it. If you have the upgraded one and you maintain it and you're not close to the river, it could be perfectly fine. So I guess for me, one, I want to clarify. So currently, we're not paying anything out of our budget, correct? We're not waiving any cost. It's all on the owner.
For private side, yes.
Yes.
We
Okay.
provide the lateral to the property line, they connect.
And we give them, the 2 years to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They get a letter once it's cleared by DEP.
Okay, which I tend to be in favor of. I think that's good. Are we focusing only on the ones that do have access to sewer? Is that where we want to target, or do you have?
So in our, one of the actions took tonight was a grant proposal for us to ask for another septic sewer. Our septic sewer focus has been on gravity service.
Okay.
Where our existing gravity can be extended to pick up houses, because that's the biggest bang for the buck without adding new lift stations. There are sections we cannot get to without new lift stations, but we're currently,
Okay.
our priority list is all gravity system.
So in your opinion, do you feel like it's best for us as council in a city to focus on that and get as many as we can, and then focus on the next level of the ones that don't have that and getting new
Yes.
lift stations? I feel like that makes sense to me logically.
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
most cost effective because the lift station alone is a cost driver.
Okay. Do you know what the county is doing? So I'm thinking about our residents that live within Titusville, but they're considered unincorporated. Do they have anything going on for incentives to connect to sewer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I will tell you that the county, for the most part, doesn't have a robust sewer system. So
Okay.
both MIMS and Port St. John don't have an extensive sewer. So they'll be primarily pushing the advanced septic systems.
Okay.
Now, they are doing a study to expand their sewer, but right now that's many, many years down the road.
Do you know about the ones that are in unincorporated within our area, not MIMS, not Port St. John, but ours? Are they? Yeah, are they primarily on, my question, I guess, is, should we try to focus on getting them onto our sewer as well?
So the enclave areas do not have sewer service.
Okay,
We only have one sewer system outside the city, and that's in Cocoa, that we
Okay.
do serve one neighborhood. But we do have water customers that are not, but they do not have sewer availability.
they don't have it.
They do not.
Okay, so don't
If
focus on them
Pretty
for
much
the
anyone
time
that is
being.
on sewer was already annexed.
Okay, and then you'd mentioned some cities that are making it mandatory. What does that mean exactly? When there's fails, they have to go over, or they're doing it right now, even if they have an upgraded one?
So Palm Bay, for example, is going the route of they're going to a mandatory connection ordinance already passed. That gives a time frame for everyone to connect to their sewer,
And they've got to pay it.
regardless
Okay.
no, they're reaching out, same process, looking for grants.
Okay.
The example I gave where they're using utility repayment is Port St. Lucy's program. They do that. They do that both pressure and gravity. They do a repayment system. They do own the sewer pressure systems on private property. We'd like to avoid that just for our maintenance standpoint. But yes, Palm Bay did go the route. I believe Cocoa is going the route for septic sewer program areas where they are saying it's not going to be an option. Sewer is now entering, you will connect.
Okay. So my last question would be, given all of this, the moving pieces, what the state is doing, the potential to upgrade, doing this by 2030, what do you suggest that we do? There's a lot of moving pieces here, and seeing what Palm Bay is doing, I think that's a discussion we can have. We can call up our colleagues from Port St. Lucie, from Palm Bay, but does that make sense for us? I don't know.
I think the state already made it mandatory by saying we won't issue a new septic tank with a sewer line from your house.
Okay.
Our main thought would be if we want to go mandatory for those that have pressure available to them, they are connectable, but by our own definitions, we don't consider that accessible to a regular homeowner. Commercial properties have to connect to our sewer. New subdivisions have to build a sewer system. They don't get to have a choice. The 2030 deadline does not really affect us. We're working more towards that 20-year plan.
Okay.
That we turned into DEP saying we will get to these areas. That deadline will affect the homeowner that goes to buy my septic tank has to be replaced by this point. I don't have a choice. That's the state now has said that. That doesn't necessarily affect us. It would affect us if my struggle is when someone invests in a new septic tank and then we drop a sewer main in their road 2 years later and we make them connect to us at their full
Right, I don't want to
cost.
do that.
So that's the struggle in the, do we wait until they can down the road when they choose to connect at their cost? That's why I think we can offer some programs in a short term. Once we're there, we've installed it. I will tell you, Echo, half the people installed, they were ready to install the minute we're on the street. They'd already hired plumbers before we finished working. So people do want, I think, the replacement if you don't want to deal with old failing septic tanks.
Is it fair to say once their septic fails, they cannot get a new septic? They have to connect to our sewer?
Correct. Once our sewer's there, yes.
And do we have that rule in place right now?
Yeah, the state does, yeah.
The
That's
state,
not our rule.
I thought the state
DEP.
said that they could upgrade to the newer one, though.
No, they won't issue a permit if there's sewer availability. They'll ask us if there's sewer available to the
Oh.
home.
No, they have
Who has
they
it? Who
have to upgrade to
Two
the new
different
one.
things.
Yeah, they have to, if theirs fails, and they don't have the availability, then they have to upgrade to the new one.
Okay, only if
But
they don't
theirs-
have the
yeah, if theirs
availability.
fails, then they have to connect.
Okay.
And
So
that's
you want to see if there's something that we should do that's more strict than what the state's saying right now, is what I'm hearing.
No, I think we were just bringing options to help, particularly when we go to, Echo's a little outlier, less homes. But on Gibson Street, we are going to be working in an area that has opportunities for
Okay.
grants to assist. So we were just looking to see if there's a need to expand that to a repayment system through our utility billing.
Right now, we just have the repayment for the impact fee of our 24 months. What we're asking is, do we want to fund their the cost of their connection, which is $20,000 to $40,000 depending, and then they can pay that back to us over 10 years. Is kind of
Okay, I see.
question to help them
Or
fund it.
look for grants to help with that, and maybe use state appropriation
Yeah,
potentially.
they're like, right now, there's the Sorrel grants, they don't
Okay,
fund
they
the
don't.
whole thing. We're finding that, it's based on nitrogen removal and it's not funding the
I
whole thing.
think, yeah, and I'd be in favor of anything flexible that we can do. I don't want to fund it, but if we fund it and then give them some time to pay it back, I'd be okay with that. It's kind of how I'm leaning,
Thank you, Member
given
Stonehill.
all of that information.
So when this item first got, we asked y'all to come back, it was mostly about how do we help people, right? And the impact fee, I think, was a big driver of that. Now, I would be fine with extending out the impact fee payment longer than 24 months, given the fact that, we'll, probably have a lien on the property. So even if they sell their property, the city will be compensated for that impact fee. Because again, to your point, it's paying for the capacity, right? And anytime you connect from septic to sewer, I believe their property goes up, correct?
Property value,
Yeah.
yeah.
So if somebody connects to it and then tries to offload it and, flip it, we'll at least be compensated, for that in the event that, they make a change pretty quickly. But in regards to fronting $10,000 to $40,000 per home, I'm not in favor of that. That's a lot of money, given the fact that we could hit how many homes in a block? You just outlined, like 1,000 homes?
Yep.
32 on Gibson, so.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of money. And I don't think it would be good fiduciary stewards just to go, all right, let's invest in just one neighborhood. It's about all the neighborhoods and collectively, how can we do that? Now, don't get me wrong. Should we be there and help guide them and show them how to get grants and opportunities to help make it easier? Absolutely. Should we maybe even look at extending the impact fee payment from 24 months to 36 months? Or I don't even care if it's really 10
48.
years. We have a lien on the property. It doesn't really matter. Because at the end of the day, if somebody connects a home from septic to sewer, that's longer than 10 years anyway. That's the life of the property. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. Member Nelson?
So I had some questions. I agree with extending the payment for the fees, 48 months. And you're right, even 10 years doesn't really make a difference. But in terms of grants like Sorrel, how much would that grant be approximately?
Those grants, they're very property specific. There's a map Sorrel has. It says how much nitrogen it removes. They get the nitrogen rate. So it varies by property. We do direct people to Sorrel currently.
Okay.
That's our, whenever they call, that's where we send them, because they're the funding source right now for this effort.
Kevin, can you give us sort of an idea what it might be, range?
No, I think they're more in the $3,000 to $5,000 range that they're giving.
Okay.
So they're probably getting a 25 to 50% assistance.
Okay.
Again, depending on the property. Properties closer to the river, it may have a heavier load. Some properties that are currently on septic will not be in the B map. They won't be eligible for Sorrel. They just will not be eligible. So they're going to be outside the district.
And with FDEP, what are those grants?
The ones I've seen Cocoa, Palm Bay get, they're giving almost the full amount, because I think DEP is a little more flexible in how they handle the grant request.
Okay.
Sorrel is very specific to nitrogen. DEP takes it as a different, they don't hone
They have a
in so
different
much on
measure.
the nitrogen removal aspect as it is the septic aspect.
So you're directing them to Sorrel or FDEP?
We're directing them to Sorrel because DEP would be a grant from the city.
Okay.
They don't grant to homeowners. Sorrel
Okay.
does write a grant to the homeowner.
Okay. So 50%, so not great, but at least it's something. Okay. I agree. I don't think we can fund everybody at 40,000 apiece or 20,000 apiece. But I like the idea of directing them to Sorrel, and then extending the payments for the impact fees.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Moscoso?
Yeah, perhaps we could do I mean, my number one thing is to make sure people are informed. Obviously, if they're on septic, they know that, and people, hopefully, yeah. Perhaps we could have a town hall about this issue where we could give out, the information, and then people can kind of make informed decisions. I'm thinking of perhaps our senior citizens who have these homes, and what are they going to do? They might be on fixed income, and then they're going to have to pay $20,000. So I'm not for us footing that bill, but being able to let them know this is what's coming up, and any questions that you have, these are the resources we're going to give you. But I don't want to see one of our, maybe our senior citizens, and this could happen to anyone. I mean, it's a lot of money that they're going to need to pay. And so I think we need to do our due diligence and of informing people, and perhaps having a town hall where people can come in, and we open that up for anyone on septic, because people have lots of questions about this. And it is quite complicated with all the state rules, and then, what we're trying to do here. So that would be my recommendation, is that we put on a town hall and kind of get ahead of this and just give people the information so that they can make those decisions of, hey, maybe I want to sell my house now because I know I'm never going to get, $40,000 to pay. And I know that I would want to know that. And, so that would be my suggestion.
And to let you know, we are planning a town hall with the Gibson project. That project has a 3-year grant, but we are planning in the next few months having that meeting.
Yeah.
Specific to that street, since they'll be the first.
I think that is good, but I think throughout and we can do one for the entire city as well. I think, no matter where you live in the city, that's a big chunk of money.
That'll be an interesting town hall. Come and learn about septic tanks.
Yeah.
I can see the ads now. Member Nelson?
One question I forgot to ask. How much are the upgraded septic tanks?
Believe around 22,000 is what Sorrel said when the presentation I watched last month. So that's an average.
So they're pricey too.
Because I think a conventional is like 12. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's something for us as council to keep in mind is, while it is important that, people, protect the environment in the lagoon, people have property rights and can decide when they connect, when they don't connect. And we don't want to infringe upon that. In addition, connecting to a sewer system is a property upgrade. And we wouldn't be funding other property upgrades, like you're not going to put a tankless water heater in my house, right? So we got to keep that in mind. But where I do think we have the bearer of responsibility is making sure the public is informed about these state regulations, because they're not our regulations. We're not mandating anybody connect. We have voluntary connection. So just making sure everybody knows the steps, the processes, where to go, because unfortunately, when things leak out of Tallahassee, sometimes you get your information from social media, and it's not a very good place to get your information from. So I think we're, as a city, happy to help and guide, but if anybody would entertain a motion to look at advisability for our ordinance to extend our repayment, I think Member Nelson mentioned 24 to 48 months for our impact fee, because that's really all we're charging the folks is an impact fee of $2,100. So that's what we can do to make it easier. But in terms of people upgrading their own property to sewer, that's really on them.
So move to approve advisability for 48 months. And it's extended out.
Second with discussion.
Well, we have a second. Member Stokel?
Yep. Do you guys need anything else from us? You got enough direction from what we were discussing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Just
we're
want to be clear. Yep.
We're all clear on the motion. I mean, we're just talking about extending the payback availability of the impact fee. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager. Oh, petitions and requests from the public, non-agenda items. Anybody like to say anything?
Lorley Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue, Mims. And I just wanted to assure you, even despite some things that you might have heard earlier in the meeting, you guys have been great working with the TEC. I think we have a fabulous collection of really good individuals on the TEC now, and I look forward to see who is going to be the newest member that's going to be chosen. And also staff has been absolutely wonderful. Mr. Parrish and Ms. Gallio have bent over backwards to work with us and accommodate us, and you guys have been awesome. I mean, we have things that other communities don't have, like a landscape technical manual that has, I think, 67% native trees, in the list of things for the developers, and we've got a low impact development technical manual thing, with incentives for developers. We got a lot of stuff that other cities don't have, and you guys have been awesome. Yeah, we did have a bump in the road a couple years ago, but that got smoothed out. And I think right now we have a really, really good TEC and a really good council and excellent staff. And so please ignore what you might have heard earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lorley. If you say too many nice things about me, my wife will say my head's getting too big. I know, right?
Shiflo, the historic Norwood House. I was going to send everybody an email, and I'm going to try and do this so I don't speak to agenda items. I want to say that I think a lot of positive things have happened this evening, even though I might have spoken contrary to Quai St. Ange. We've discussed things, and I totally have come to grips with that things will happen that aren't to my pleasure, but I am wanting to second what Ms. Thompson said, in that this council and the staff and with our new city manager, I just think so many positive things are happening in this town now. I'm very excited and I'm very happy to be able to be part of it and to be on the Historic Preservation Board, and I look forward to bringing to you some things that first I got to clear with the Historic Preservation Board, but I'm really excited about things that are happening in town that I hear about and know that are going on, and I think that what we need to do is have more cross-pollination, where things aren't siloed, where what Public Works is doing and the projects they're doing and what the council is trying to do with bringing growth in business and the economy, that it's not separated and isolated. I understand there's a lot of activity in trying to regenerate the downtown area and the businesses. And I am all for the Main Street program and would be very excited to see our downtown area and our downtown businesses working towards that. But don't forget, Main Street has the Main Street program has the historic preservation involved. So I'm looking forward to being part of that. So I just wanted to leave tonight and not have you think that I'm disappointed about plantings or other things. I agree. It's all for the good. I just want us to be careful and not shoot ourselves in the foot when we're trying to do the right thing. There's ways to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tony. And to your point, we can always respectfully disagree, and sometimes it's about the process and how we get there, but eventually we all find that middle ground. So thank you very much. And I know you said that we are the best council just because Vice Mayor Cole is not here. So I'm assuming it did not include him, and I will let him know that. Hopefully he's watching. Anybody else for petitions and requests? You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Last time he wasn't here, he did watch. So, anybody else? All right, go on. All right, so on to city council reports. Anybody like to go? Member Nelson?
I'm going to go. I wasn't going to say this, but since Tony's here, I feel like I should say it. Okay. About 2 weeks ago, I got a call from Steve Harrop at the Playhouse. And he said, I have a lady here who is writing a play based on Titusville, North Brevard. And she wants to talk to somebody whose family was involved in the citrus business. And would you talk to her? And to be honest with you, I sort of went poo-poo. The last person that wanted to talk to me about the history of Titusville wanted to know how many ghosts we had, and she had a little device to check for ghosts. So I was very skeptical, to say the least. And so I called my brother and said, come with me. And he said, well, who is this lady? And I thought, well, let's look her up on the internet. Internet has everything. The lady has a play on Broadway currently. Kristen Chenoweth is the lead actress in that play. That is not her first Broadway play. And what she was saying, and what, of course, Stephen was hoping, is they're talking about if they do this, and she said it takes about 2 years to write a play, a musical, doing the opening here, which would be so cool, Tony, wouldn't it? And for somebody who loves art, I just, even if you don't love art, I think it'd be totally cool. Might happen, might not happen. I have gotten some text messages from her saying, ask me questions about the history. She wanted to know how to snipe hunt. And I'm assuming Mr. Johnson knows how to snipe hunt. Mm-hmm. She loved that. Do you guys know about snipe hunting? No, you take a friend of yours out at midnight with a pillowcase, and you leave them out in the pasture, and you say, we're going down to the other end of the pasture, and we're going to chase them towards you, and you're supposed to catch them with the pillowcase. And then everybody goes home, except the person in the pasture.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to haze anymore.
I know. This is what happens when you grow up in Scottsboro. What can I say? But I wanted you to know that, things are happening in Titusville. So it's sort of crazy, but you never know what will happen.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Scosso, do you have anything?
Yes, I don't know if I can follow that. I'm caught up on the ghost story and the snipe hunting. I just wanted to, I had a really good conversation with Mr. Stokes today about SB 180, Live Local. And so, Mr. Stokes, I don't know if you would be willing to kind of share what we discussed. I would kind of talk to him a little bit about other cities who are joining onto this lawsuit, what it would cost, what it would look like. And so he gave me some really good information. And if you wouldn't mind sharing that with the council.
Oh, well, yes, there's a local government law firm, Weiss Sirota. A lot of you, I believe, are familiar with them. And they are initiating a lawsuit. They're putting it together right now against the state over Senate Bill 180. The intent, and this is the same firm that did the Form 6 litigation a couple years ago. And they're moving along the same track. Their first step will be to get an injunction, trying to prevent the enforcement or implementation of Senate Bill 180 until it can be heard by a court or hopefully amended by the legislature. They're trying to get cities and counties to join. They're requesting, the fee structure is $10,000 for the initial litigation, and then with a potential of $5,000 if it goes to appeal to the Court of Appeals, another $5,000 if it ends up in the Supreme Court. So the maximum would be $20,000, and that's if it goes all the way to the Supreme Court. Nobody really expects it to go that far. They figure that there'll be a fix somewhere along the lines. But it's one of those things that some cities opt in, some don't. I do know, and Dr. Sokol can probably speak to this more, but I know the Florida League of Cities is wanting to take a lobbying approach and try and get an amendment to the statute rather than pursue litigation. But that firm did reach out as to whether or not Titusville would be interested in joining, and it's strictly up to council whether we do that or not.
Thank you. So I just thought it was interesting to hear the amounts because I wanted it to make sure that it was fiscally responsible. If it was even an idea, you don't want to join onto a lawsuit that could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And seeing that they've had success too. And I think the whole point of this is there's strength in numbers. Now I know the League of Cities has a completely different approach. And who knows which one is going to work. But I just thought I wanted to make sure that I know it was something we were going to discuss, that was on the table just to see how everyone felt about it.
Thank you, Member Moscoso, for bringing this up. While I do believe that most of us do not agree with SB 180, I think if we jumped into this lawsuit, we're just throwing our money away if we're asking for state appropriations. Because, how to win friends and influence people is not by suing the state legislature. So I think the League of Cities approach probably is the most effective. That, and given our current city attorney situation and our budgeted items for professional services, I'd much rather see that $10,000 be spent on Mr. Stokes, to be honest with you, as of right now. But I think there will be a resolution at some point. I mean, obviously, it's not ideal. It can't continue in its current state. I mean, Brad's over there still confused about it, right, Brad? Yep. I think even attorneys are confused. So while I do think that is great information to know to keep in our back pocket, doing the math, that's $10,000 for 411 municipalities. It's, $4.1 million. It just doesn't sit right with me, but I wish so.
Yeah, no, and I'm totally fine with that. I just wanted to just bring that up as an option. And that's one of the things I asked Mr. Stokes. Do you think there's going to be retaliation for this? Because I think that's a legitimate concern. And so I'm fine with, staying up to date to what League of Cities is doing and following their approach as well. But so that was one thing. My next thing is, I think we're seeing this all over, is this SpaceX Starship Super Heavy. I didn't make it, unfortunately, to the meeting today. I don't know if anyone was able to go.
We were all pretty much here.
Yeah, well, there was one at 1, and then there's one tonight. I know public comment is still open. I know probably individually, I'm going to send, it's open till September 22nd, but I didn't know, I'm getting a lot of questions, like where does the city of Titusville stand with this? And so that was something I would like to open up for discussion, just to hear your thoughts. And that's why when the EDC was here, I was asking, listen, what kind of job opportunities? Because I know residents are upset about the possibility of there being the beach closure. But what's the other side? Are jobs going to be brought here? And, I think there's two sides to it. And so just seeing, do we have a unified stance? What is the city of Titusville's position? Do we have a position, or are these? So I just want to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I'll jump off. It seems like I've been talking a lot about this issue. So my goal is to inform the public and let them know that their voices can be heard. These meetings are not anything about the beach closure. They're about the environmental impact study alone. Brad can attest to that, so I know he has binders full, and Brad is all over this, and so is our attorney. They're monitoring everything. The Historic Preservation Board, as Ms. Schifolo knows, is all over this in terms of any potential impact to our community, whether it be damage to our historic structures through sonic booms. Now, back in the day, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but when the shuttle lifted up, that beach was closed for an extended amount of time. You know, there's times where people like, it was like 6 months because NASA moved slower, so they would close it off for safety and they would keep it closed. I think as things progress and evolve and develop, SpaceX is obviously very quick at what they do. And if they're looking at potential 60 days of beach closure time, I think that could dwindle down. But again, this is just me speculating. I have no idea. But at the end of the day, we're kind of, our hands are tied in the fact that it's not our beach, right? So we got to advocate on behalf of our residents. There's 1.1 million visitors that go out there. So we obviously do see an impact from tourism. But at the same time, we can't, you know, really slow down the space machine. And that is also a very important economic driver as well. So it is a very delicate balance. And unfortunately, I think we're all caught in the crosshairs with no good answer. So at the end of the day, I think we need to continue to work with Space Florida, DEP, SpaceX, NASA to make sure that we're informed and we're pushing that information out to our residents and that we have a seat at the table for having these conversations and expressing our concerns. Because it's just like when FDOT or St. John's or whoever, whatever state agency or federal agency above us, they do something, they ask us for our comment. They might not always listen, but at least, you know, we're there giving our comment and expressing our residents' concerns. So, and I believe with the relationships that we are building here with them and with our new lobbyist, I think we'll definitely be able to have a seat at the table and be able to ask those tough questions and be able to be heard on behalf of our residents so that they know what's going on. But those are my thoughts. Anybody else is more than welcome to chime in. Oh, I just covered it? Yep. No, just leave it up to me. I see how you are. All right. Well, they already did. I was already on Good Day Orlando today talking about it, so it just is what it is. Unfortunately, it's just we're caught in a tough situation. But I am definitely making sure that our residents' voices are heard and that we're communicating that to them. Unfortunately, I don't think beach closures is a part of the environmental impact study. That's more of a safety thing. So, but what is unique about this vehicle that I think is important for our citizens to understand, this is the first time a launch vehicle was not piloted here. Apollo, the shuttle program, Gemini, the Falcon 9 rocket, they blew them all up right here, like first time. Like the first time they tried anything was right here. This is the first time that they're blowing up Texas first before they're coming here. So hopefully they're getting their kinks out, right? And then we're also seeing a lot of data. The Historic Preservation Board and ROS is all over that data. I walked in on a meeting and it was data galore. So we're getting a lot of information, and I hope, and I think the greater community hopes that we have this thing perfected before it comes here. So, anybody else? Nope. Is that your conclusion report? All right, Member Stokel.
Okay, I have a few items. One, I have a request for travel for Florida League of Cities for the 3 conferences that I attend.
No.
Annual conference, the legislative conference that will happen in November, and Ledge Action Days, which will be in January. So being the Florida League of Cities liaison, it already is budgeted, but I would request that. And then also, again, I would probably say whoever is serving on a policy committee, which I think, Mayor, I think you said you had a notification that you got on one, you will more than likely need travel request for the legislative conference in November. That is when they talk about that in final, and then probably for Ledge Action Days as well. Member Moscoso being a member, our liaison for Space Coast League of Cities, I would probably say definitely Ledge Action Days, and if you wanted to attend Ledge Conference, it would, I think, be beneficial. So that would be one. I would like to request that funding for me to go to those 3, and then if you guys wanted to tag on to that, I would like it. Obviously, I can't do your schedule for you, but I think it will be beneficial. So that's number 1.
Okay, can they get back to us with the number in case we had to do a budget amendment on that?
Yeah, I don't think we normally are very under budget. I feel like with our council one, and I think we do allocate for that. You can speak more.
Right, I don't know the number offhand, but I think we did budget for at least 1 or 2 of those trips already.
Yep.
But I mean, she mentioned quite a few, and with potentially 3 of us, Can we get the cost before we vote on that? Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not gonna support it, I would rather do it in
Yeah.
one vote with the budget amendment if we have to.
Okay.
Instead of like multiple.
Out because we can still build it into the budget, because there is a little bit of wiggle room.
Right.
Without having to affect anything.
Yeah, and I will say prior, granted, I was primarily the only one going. Now we do have a couple of you still traveling. But looking at what we had allocated, we typically were very under budget. And so I don't think there will be an issue. But if you feel more comfortable, we can vote on it in another meeting. I just wanted to put it out there because we need to do it.
Well, yeah, and to city manager's point, we might not have to vote on it if they just take our feedback and build that wiggle room into the budget when we approve the budget for October.
Okay, and we can do that. Okay. Secondly, I know some of you already know, at the annual conference, I was voted in to be second VP of Florida League of Cities. Thank you. But what does that mean? I'm sure some of you are wondering. And so quite frankly, I don't know exactly what it means. I had not planned to run for this. I think just with my involvement with Florida League of Cities and the advocacy that I do, I was kind of approached and said, you might be, and I started to dig into it a little bit, and I decided to run. So I'm still learning a little bit. I will tell you how it typically works. Now, once you're voted in a second VP, you shadow, and then you move into first VP, you do some more shadowing and different things, and then you have your year of presidency. So they build it in so you can be properly equipped and prepared. And I mentioned this to the city manager too, a real big benefit of this, there will be a light shown on Titusville. So I'm really happy to see a lot of our progress moving forward, some things that we can show off. There's also awards that we can apply for statewide for Florida League of Cities to show off some of the great things that we're doing. So my hope is that we start as a city applying for some of those and then just being prepared to, if we have people visiting the city or we get highlighted in one of their magazines or something, that we're ready and prepared for that, because I'm really excited about that component. Another thing to bring up, you guys got an email from city manager on the delegation meeting. It is happening much earlier this year. Before it would happen in January, then it happened, I think last time it was scheduled for October, but then I think it got canceled because of a hurricane. So now it's moved up to September 30th. Typically what happens at the delegation meeting, you can sign up in advance. You do have to sign up prior, and our mayor would more than likely speak. I would venture to say our mayor does want to speak. But if he is speaking on behalf of Titusville, I think we need to have discussion on, if he gets 3 minutes, what do we want him to talk about as our priorities? I'm having the same conversations with our Space Coast League of Cities and what we're doing for Florida League of Cities with our priorities. And we do need to let the Space Coast League of Cities know what our priorities are as well. Very short timeline. We have a Space Coast League of Cities meeting on September 8th, and then we will not have another one before. And so I'm working with our advocacy chair on what's the best way to approach this. And so since we have a council meeting tonight, my request would be by next council meeting, if you can give me some type of ideas for the Space Coast League of Cities side. Same thing with Member Moscoso, since she is the liaison for that. And then also that we do that for our mayor, so he feels comfortable speaking on behalf and what he wants to say. I'm assuming, Mayor, you do want to sign up and speak. Is that true or no?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's very important to make sure that our elected officials in Brevard here know how we feel about certain items. And even if I get up there and give them a song and dance like Tony, I'm going to do something. So I appreciate y'all telling me what you want me to say.
Okay. A few items that I do have, and I'm going to work with our advocacy chair because I do think it would be nice to have an organized structure so we're not all up there repeating the same thing. But I would say property tax needs to be mentioned by some kind of group. Live Local, Senate Bill 180 are the top three things I have. And then Lagoon and potentially space in the industry that we want to focus on. I think if we can tell our story of how Live Local is actually potentially hurting us more than helping to drive industry and businesses and workforce, which they are wanting, we can talk about how to have that conversation. Member Moscoso brought up the lawsuit. I had the same question regarding SB 180, and I would say that I think it's best right now that we don't join that lawsuit for a lot of different reasons. And one big strong one is I'm almost positive they are going to work on some fixes. So I don't think it would be in our best interest to do that.
The other thing I wanted to share with you guys is there was a presentation at the annual conference regarding Doge. And so I did want to share a few highlights for you guys to think about. I did share this with our interim city attorney and city manager so they could be aware as well. A few things. So counties and cities, they gave us a list that have signed that they're excited about Doge. So that could be something that we potentially think of. This was a presentation by someone from the state. So he was very proud to say, hey, these are the counties, these are the cities that are excited that Doge is coming and looking at these things. So something to think about if we wanted to do a letter. Some of the Doge activities, state agencies, they have internal Doge teams to recommend reforms, technology improvements, and unnecessary spending. And if you saw, I think the latest quote I saw from our CFO at the state saying, you're going to be surprised by how much we are finding already with our visits. They're also looking at higher education, and then they're looking at county and municipal governments, phase 1, public information, looking at data that we've already supplied as a city, and then statutory subjects review, any local government entity, governing authority, unit. They're looking for DEI activities, and I had talked to our city manager about that just to see. I don't think I've heard of anything, but just to be aware if there's anything. They're looking at overspending, waste, fraud, abuse, mismanagement, duplication, or redundancy. Reviewing records, financial, contracts, programs, expenditures, personnel standards, position responsibilities, training materials. Again, I think the training materials goes back to probably some of the DEI stuff. And then they are getting access to personnel, subject matter experts, physical premises, and data systems. So they are being very intrusive. Areas that they have already visited: Gainesville, Broward, Orange, Manatee, Jacksonville, Pinellas, Orlando, Hillsborough, St. Petersburg, Alachua, Pensacola, Palm Beach County, and more are coming. Timeline, they will not give you much of a notice, 7 days notice, which I can understand that. They're trying to do their best to get to the truth. They already feel like some people are not giving them accurate information or hiding things. So I could understand that. They'll also move from a 7-day notice with a letter, initial call with your team, getting portal access for data, 2 to 3 days before the visit, follow up with communications, opportunity to ask questions, a 2-day on-site visit to receive data, access your system, ask questions of subject matter experts and other staff, and conduct interviews, and then post-visit, any additional questions, data analysis, and possible follow-up visits if needed. Selected priorities that they're working on. Areas of significant or rapid spending growth. Again, part of this is, I think that they're saying, we all know that property values in the state of Florida went up. So your taxes have probably gone up. Why are you not lowering? Thankfully, we have lowered our millage rate. We're getting close to lowering our taxes, but still, I think we could justify our small increase. But, and I was asking that of Florida League of Cities, are there cities that have raised their millage rate? And to be quite frank, I would ask, why are you raising your millage rate? So I think that's what they're looking at. Contracting activities in support of wrong, unlawful, or anti-scientific ideologies. Spending on activities that are trendy or low ROI. Unnecessary use of taxpayer funds to support NGOs, subsidized competition with private enterprise, audit compliance, performance metrics. Are you measuring the right things correctly? So they're really getting in there. And then they talked a lot about definitions, diversity, equity, inclusion, woke racism. Are you segregating? What is your training looking like? Are you creating any division within your organization? So I don't think we're going to have any issues there. The one thing I did tell our city manager, and I don't think it will be an issue, they talked a lot about climate change and that obviously we have a sustainability planner. I feel like I mentioned maybe just looking at the job description, making sure that we're okay. I don't foresee any issues. And I feel like that might, yeah, that was pretty much it. So again, I think we're okay, but I think it's important to know of those cities that they visited, maybe we can like reach out if we know people. How did it go? What are they finding? I'm hoping they'll release some information soon. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that we're going to be just fine. But it's good to know as we're moving forward. And then I think that's everything. Oh, my last thing. City attorney situation, I did want to bring up, I was the one that requested a breakdown of how much we spend. And the reason I did that is I reached out. Now, granted, we had our first choice, that person backed out, our second choice backed out. I don't know when we will ever be in a situation again where we have no city attorney and no assistant city attorney. And so I reached out to some colleagues from other cities that I have, and then within my young elected municipal official group. So some of them have in-house counsel, but also some of them have firms. And I feel like I would feel a lot better if that's something we explored a little bit, is hiring a firm to potentially represent us that has experts within their firm that we can tap into. And the reason I say that is, while we had in-house counsel, depending on the situation, especially with a lot of the stuff that's coming with live local, land use, I almost feel like I would want to hire outside counsel anyway, to help potential, if there's something that's happening because of our code now, a developer potentially wants to go after us. I want to make sure that we are well prepared and well equipped. And so I would definitely be in favor of exploring some firms that specialize in local government. And Mr. Stokes mentioned one of them right now that's behind the lawsuit with SB 180. That was one of them I actually talked to earlier today. So that would be my recommendation given the situation that we're in and seeing how much right now we are spending just on our legal side. And again, I feel like it's us trying to do our own Doge and seeing, can we improve what our spending is currently. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Member Stokel. I think if I remember correctly from our city attorney interviews, a lot of the questions were geared towards, are you going to keep this in-house versus are you going to outsource? Now, I definitely think you always like to get somebody who's the most qualified to do the job. So the question is it a shift in terms of how we're thinking as a council, just given the fact that of what we've been going through, like we've kind of broken the norm of instead of having two attorneys in-house, but again, we have been limping along. Like I wouldn't say that we're in necessarily the ideal place. So I think something could be said about maybe a hybrid model of maybe just one attorney in-house to handle the day-to-day ordinances, things like that, but then use that normal secondary city attorney budget to bump up professional services to get a more specialized, land use attorney or contracts attorney or, who knows, union attorney. I don't know. There's always an attorney for something, but I think there's something to be said for looking into that. But I think it just depends on what the numbers shake out to. Member Moscoso?
Yeah, during our interview process, there were 4 attorneys, and I don't know if we want to look back at the other 2. Andrea Treasure, I don't know if you remember her. I think she was a great, I was very impressed by her, and so I don't know if that's something that you guys would consider re-looking at.
Member Nelson?
I liked Adrian, and I thought if Scott had become the attorney, then maybe Adrian would become the assistant. The 4th girl, I wasn't crazy about at all. And, I think there's something to be said for having a law firm as opposed to a single attorney. But one of the reasons I like Scott McHenry is because he had the litigation experience. And so you could turn around and pretty much plug him in anywhere. So to me, it'd be good if we could find another Scott McHenry. And maybe compare, having an individual attorney versus a firm.
Thank you, Member Nelson. City Manager. So part of the attraction and recruitment process, some of the challenges of finding a highly qualified attorney or executive or even a Brad, if we needed a Brad. We're not on the FRS system, right? So if somebody has 8 years at another place, like we're not going to be able to steal them because they're trying to get vested where they are. Now, don't get me wrong, our own system is great because then once they're here, they really can't leave, right? Until they're vested, and then they go collect another pension somewhere else. So it does help in terms of retention, but in terms of attraction, it actually kind of hurts us. My question is, I'm not saying we need to abandon what we're doing and flip to FRS, but let's say we find a candidate for city attorney, which is technically an exempt employee. Could we do FRS for that one?
No, I think I asked about that before. I don't think it's possible.
Actually,
I had that
I could
question.
take that because I'm more familiar with it, and Dr. Sorrell's right. You can't, what you can do is you can get into certain classes. Like you could keep police in a local plan and put general employees in FRS. You could have counsel in FRS and general employees not, or vice versa. But the entire class, whether it's general employees, police, fire, or elected officials, the entire class has to be in it. So you can't carve that out.
So the
with just a few exceptions.
So the entire class would be like the exempt employees, correct? Or constitutional officers?
The way FRS does it, it would be the general employees. There's a senior management provision, so you might be able to carve out senior management, but yeah.
What does that look like? Yeah.
Senior management, yeah.
Senior management could be, depending on what city, it could be loosely defined.
Right, yes. But there is a percentage. I think senior management can't constitute more than like 4% of your workforce, or there's a percentage. I don't remember what it is.
So anyways, it was just an idea. I didn't know if that was worth exploring or not. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I'd have to argue my case to get FRS to agree, but, might be able to make an argument, but just something to be thinking about as we move forward with that. But to Member Moscoso's point, Member Nelson's point, I thought Attorney Treasurer was great. I think my number one candidate that I suggested was hired 5-0 for Flagler County. Like that was clearly a very good choice. Scott McHenry, a good choice. I'd be fine with Attorney Treasurer coming here. I think if we then use the normal amount we budget for that assistant city attorney as maybe for this more specialized legal help, I think that could make sense. I think depending on how council feels, we probably need to maybe run some numbers, see what that looks like potentially, get the going rates of how much people are charging now for some of these services, because who knows what we're going to come across. Member Stokel?
Yes, I definitely would feel more comfortable interviewing firms because I don't think any of us have had that experience or even know what they offer. So I would want to see that and at least be able to make an informed decision given our situation, because otherwise I feel like honestly we're just going down. We didn't get our first choice, now we're getting our second. We just keep going down, where I feel like we might have another option, or like you said, a hybrid option of a firm and then maybe one person. But I would want to see numbers, and I want to see what a firm could offer. I don't know what a firm can offer exactly, aside from some conversations I've had and some really good feedback I've had from colleagues that have them. So again, we haven't been in a situation before where we have no city attorney or assistant city attorney. So I feel like now is a good time to look at it. Whereas once we get somebody, it will be hard to kind of be like, well, you're fired now. We don't, and fire two people to go over to it. But it's something I think worth exploring, potentially doing for a year if we do like it, and saying, you know what, they didn't perform like we wanted, or it ended up being more money than we thought, and we go back to hiring. But I feel like right now it'll be difficult to get some good city attorneys, in my opinion. And I'd like to see what a firm can do.
What's the population of Cocoa? Does anybody know?
I believe it's about 30,000.
30,000? Because they outsource their city attorney, right?
They have contracted out.
And there's a difference between a firm versus a contract
attorney. Is that correct, Mr. Stokes?
There is, I mean, one way or the other, they're either in-house or out-house.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Well, the good news about outsourcing, technically, even if you outsource exclusively with one firm primarily for your day-to-day, and then maybe you got to hire, some more specific services depending on what comes up, is you're really not paying the overhead of that. The benefits, the COLA, the retirement benefits, all those things. I mean, you're just paying a fixed rate, and you know what it is, and you can budget for it a little bit easier. But the challenge is we don't have a running history. The reason why I asked about Cocoa is because you look at population size and they're, roughly half the size we are. So that's a challenge when you look at workload versus outsourcing versus keeping it in-house. City manager?
If I could offer just some insight from a staff perspective, I think one of the intangibles of having a in-house attorney is you have constant interaction with staff and consistency. That would be my concern if we went to a firm that, with a number of attorneys and they don't have a collective consistency over the different issues, where you'd be talking to one attorney one day and another one another. I think I talked to Mr. Stokes about that potential, where you would have it, if you had an in-house, you would have that consistency and availability all day long. So I think one of the things that I sounds promising is maybe a hybrid, where you have one attorney and then potentially you have a backfill with a contracted or in-house for your consideration.
Thank you, City Manager. Members, Ms. Goso?
Yeah, I kind of am leaning towards a hybrid as well, because I think we have to remember too, every time that we're up here and we're saying, hey, look into this, Mr. Stokes is probably overwhelmed. He might not be, but it's a lot. And we just have these ideas of look at this and look at that, but that's a lot of manpower, and that's Mr. Stokes or whoever's in that position having to go through that. And so I think that those are things that can be handled in-house, and then other things we could outsource.
Member Stokel?
Yes, and just to clarify, so with the firm, you do get an attorney assigned to you. So I think this is new to all of us because we haven't done it before, but as I'm investigating it, I don't think it's as bad as we might be picturing, and that's why I would at least like to have information on it and be able to interview them and talk to them about these things, because that was one of my questions is, what do you do? I don't want to be jumping from one attorney to the next. And no, you get one assigned to you. They come to your meetings. They are your go-to person. And the benefit of it is if we have right to clean water, an environmental issue, if we have a public records request issue, if we have a land development issue, they have a whole firm where they tap into that. So we still have that lead person and they tap into their firm already. So that's where I would just I don't know, maybe it's going to be more expensive. I don't know enough information, but I feel like for me to make that decision for what potentially would be best for our citizens, to represent them well and to be cost effective, I would want to know that information before saying, oh, let's just get another attorney and pay, right now it's proposed $765,000 a year is a lot of money. And I don't feel comfortable doing that without at least seeing what does this cost.
Was that for the whole department or just for the attorneys? The whole department. Well, we still need our paralegals.
It's 3.5 FTE.
Yeah. Member Nelson?
I think you're going to find it's going to be more expensive. And the downside to that is when you have an attorney in an office, if Brad has a question, Joe has a question, we have a question, they're available without having to call the law firm and setting up an appointment, setting up a time to talk to that person. There's more interaction, and sometimes out of that interaction, you come up with ideas, you come up with questions that I don't see the employees, the staff, having that kind of interaction within a law firm. And I'm gonna use this as an example. State Attorney's Office here was always, the officers could walk in our offices at any time, sit down and talk about a case, say, this is a problem I have, how do I do it? And a couple of our officers went to Orange County. And all of a sudden, state attorney's office doors were shut. And talking to them, they were like, we miss that interaction. We miss being able to sit down and say, how do I get from A to B? And that's gone. Yeah, we can talk to the prosecutors if we make an appointment. And, their lives are busy like our staff. And that's not happening. So I think you lose some in trying to just have a law firm.
And maybe the hybrid is what we decide.
Yeah.
Based on that.
All right, so the question we got to pose before us, I don't even remember who brought this up. Who brought this
I
up?
did.
Okay.
I did, yep.
All right.
We need to do we have to do something.
Yes.
We have no attorney again.
Yes, so either we kick the can down the road another couple weeks and ask Herman to weigh in on this, or we make a decision. I see that the decision before us is we can hire attorney treasurer to be, or at least make an offer to be in-house and then provide her support with professional services on the back end. Or we direct staff to put out an RFP for law firms and see how much it's going to cost us. Now, I'm not opposed to the exercise of seeing how much those things run as we look towards down the road and being more efficient, things like that. But I think we're more at a critical junction where we need somebody, because I look at Mr. Stokes and, I feel for him. Like, I apologize every time I talk to him, but I do believe Mr. Stokes informed me that he had a conversation with Adrian.
I did. I had a conversation with her, and she is still interested in working here.
So I agree. I think the way we go is we make the offer to Adrian. I think we all liked Adrian. And then we get prices on law firms. See what it would cost us.
I'd be okay with that as long as we could have the discussion with her that we got to keep in mind she came from a city that she was one of several attorneys, so she's never been the only attorney, and especially now as we're talking about, she needs to understand she might not have an assistant city attorney. She might be the sole person going from one of several as we're exploring this. So I feel, and I hate to do this to Mr. Stokes, I feel more comfortable putting the RFP out to look at firms and doing those at the same time so we can make a better informed decision, and maybe we see, the firms are more expensive than we thought, and no, let's just stick to our same model. But I would like to see the firms before having this conversation or potentially hiring her with some unknowns of, hey, we might have an assistant, we might not, knowing she's been one of several and has never been the sole city attorney before, and keeping Mr. Stokes on for a little bit longer. That would be my recommendation. Obviously, I might be outvoted, but that's what I would feel more comfortable with.
Thank you, Member Stokel. I think it's, I think we're cutting the baby in half, and I think it's a pretty reasonable compromise to, go from 2 attorneys down to 1. And with this being an exempted employee, if this, doesn't work out, we always have the opportunity to make that change. I mean, it's not a pleasant thing to do, but at the end of the day, we got to do what's best for our residents and our city, as we are, ultimately the ones responsible. So, City Attorney.
If I could interject, keeping in mind that if in the future you went down that road, you could talk to the firm about taking Ms. Treasurer, whoever your attorney is, on their team, in order that they're not displaced entirely. I mean, I've seen that happen in places, so.
And also just want to point out that Mr. McHenry was also a part of a big law firm in a big county, and he was one of a big group of Army folks as well, so I really think Mr. Rodriguez and the other person were the only ones that were like one-man bands at one point, if I remember correctly. So I think that is going to happen if anybody's getting experience in legal, right? They got to start off somewhere, and usually it's in a big group. They're never usually on their own. But yeah, I'm down for whatever council wants to do. Member Moscoso.
Yeah, and one of the things I remember about her interview is that she just has all of these connections as well, and I think that is very useful. And I mean, that day went by really fast, but I do feel like she was part of a big team, but that she had also done smaller cities as well as like the assistant attorney. So that might be something we need to revisit. But I think a good compromise for me is the hybrid method, as we're discussing.
And Tony liked her. I remember that. See, we do listen. All right.
If I may, there's another advantage to that system, if that's the direction you're going, is I've always felt strong about a city that uses just a firm, that they need to have some sort of gatekeeper, somebody who's responsible for knowing what work the firm's working on, and kind of looking at the invoices when they come in, and just make sure that everything that the city's being, dealt with fairly. So, not disparaging my profession, but just somebody's got to be on the gatekeeper end of that. So
it's kind of like me with the insurance.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, double check that. Member Sokol.
Yeah, my request would be, would you just make sure to have that conversation with her that we are exploring this hybrid model so she's aware?
I certainly can do that. And when I spoke with the manager earlier today, he also suggested that if council wanted to invite her back to meet with you, we could express that to her too.
Okay.
I think that either at the September 9th or even a special meeting, if council decides to go in that direction, to bring her back here
Okay.
before you make the final offer.
Okay.
I'm more of let's just get things done.
Yeah, me too. And I feel like I'm already being outvoted if all three of you are, so I'll vote in favor because I do feel like it's important for us to have a unified front. And if that's where we're leaning toward,
And
I'd
let's
be okay with
honest,
that.
nobody really cares what Herman says anyway.
Herman will agree with.
I'm just kidding. All right. Can I have a motion to make an offer to Attorney Treasurer and direct HR to conduct negotiations with her?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm so sorry, Stan. We were just in conversation. Would you like to make a comment on this? I just called you. I'm sorry. Would you like to stand up and speak on us making an offer to an attorney? I did apologize. We were just in
My
conversation.
name is Stan Johnson. I've been here for about 54 years, and I've seen some things happen. I went to Park Avenue Baptist Church as good friends of Mr. Broom, Charlie Broom, who's the father of Chris Broom and Richard Broom and so forth like that. And I had a good relationship with them, and I trusted them, and I believed that I was going to be treated fairly and justly and truthfully. And I was for a while. And then your Mr. Richard Broom, who was the city attorney here, he stabbed me in the back with a $70,000 fraud. He encouraged that and went along with it. Shocked the heck out of me. Stabbed me in the back. So as far as I'm concerned, he sold his soul to the devil. And I'm talking about being unfair and unjust and untruthful. Similar things happened to how in the world did Chelsea, good lady, seemed like a honest person, like a straight-A student and so forth. So lucky to have her. And what did she do?
Mr. Johnson.
No, this has to do with what's going on.
You need to talk about Attorney Treasurer.
That's what I'm talking about.
You're not.
Listen, please listen to me. Please listen to me. Is because what did Chelsea, who in the world taught Chelsea Farrell to do what she did?
Mr. Johnson.
This is a big issue. I want your approval to let me speak.
Have a seat. Have a seat.
Why don't you? No, let me speak about this.
Have a seat.
I do not believe what you're doing is the right thing.
That's.
And I should be allowed to speak.
Please have a seat.
Okay, so I'm out of.
I don't. Okay. You slandering the other attorneys has nothing to do with what we're going to do.
I'm telling the truth. It's not slander.
Have a seat.
It's not slander. Okay, so.
Have a seat.
Okay, you guys, whatever I can do, I will get my attorney on this and see what I can do.
Have a seat.
No, thank you.
All right.
I'm leaving under duress.
All right. All right. City clerk, can I have a roll call vote? I believe it's me.
Yes, it is. Mayor Connors,
Yes.
Member Stokel,
Yes.
Member Moscoso,
Yes.
Member Nelson.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to clarify, so we would be authorized to make a conditional offer, or do you want to bring her here first?
No, you are authorized to begin negotiations.
So then we'll bring her here on September 9th with a conditional offer already in hand.
Hopefully.
Right.
I would assume the same thing that happened before. You would probably message us with what's negotiated for salary and benefits,
We
make
have
sure
all
we're
that
okay with
ironed
it.
out so that she would be here, and also we'll ensure that she understands that there's a possibility that she won't have an assistant city attorney.
Yep.
And that we're looking at other options, including a hybrid type model.
Yep.
So she's fully informed before she makes that decision.
Absolutely.
And do you need a motion for us looking at a firm for that as well?
No, I think we're good with it. Jim and I can work it out.
Perfect, okay.
Sarah, is there anything else in your report? You know, usually people get mad at me, but that's all right. I know. All right, so just a few updates from me, and there will be a couple action items from me if you would so incline. Laura Lee, is she still here? Yeah. Me and Mr. Holliday have been working with Parks and Recreation. We're looking at bringing a disc golf course to Titusville, so that'll be very exciting. Yeah, so very excited about that. That'll be good for tourism. I think it's going to start off initially at 9 holes, and hopefully we can expand it to 18. But I think there's a very, very big push. Even if Parks and Rec doesn't have the budget, I think we'll get private funding to help fill any gaps that may be out there. Secretary Tyler of District 5 FDOT came and visited. We spent over an hour walking around downtown, which, by the way, at 10 in the morning, believe it or not, is still amazingly hot in a suit downtown. But they were actively taking pictures, listening to our concerns, and are willing and able to help slow down the traffic in downtown. So be our council is in support. Because just as Mr. Steele alluded to, they put in some speed deterrent mechanisms in Cocoa Beach, and City Council flipped on them. So they're not going to do that if they don't have support from us. So I informed them that based on the conversations that I've heard discussed at our City Council meeting and CRA, I felt very confident that we would be in favor of, raised medians and things like that to slow traffic down. Because I asked him, I go, can you make it from 30 to 25? And he's like, that's not going to slow it down. You got to kind of put something to make them slow down. And so Secretary Tyler was an engineer who kind of worked his way up the ladder. In fact, the last time US 1 got paved in downtown Titusville, he was the project manager on that project 20 years ago. So it was a memory trip downtown, but he did say that him being here with the staff that he brought here to see our downtown, looks very different than what it portrays on, a speed study. So I'm feeling very, very confident about that. The action items that I'm going to ask council to take up is Parks and Rec has the money to put new pickleball courts in at the Singleton tennis courts, or the Singleton area. Unfortunately, they've been unable to get permitting because it's an area of critical concern and it's on pervious pavement. I think we as council would most likely agree that everybody wants more pickleball, right? And so who's going to oppose that? So can we ask staff to look into a variance or whatever we got to do to make sure that they can get those pickleball courts up and running? Like, come on, let's just let them put the pickleball courts in. City manager, do you have anything to add to what we can do with that?
For the city manager report?
No. Oh, about putting pickleball courts in, Parks and Rec needs their permit.
It's a great option to explore, absolutely.
All right. All right. Do I need a motion? Or do you guys, Brad, are you good on the direction?
Look into the permit?
Yeah, whatever we gotta do to get them their permit so they can put in pickleball courts, whether it be a variance, conditional use permit, I don't really care
This has been
what-
going on too, I would say, for a while, because I've had people asking, and it's,
Yeah.
something's getting held up, and so if we can do
Yeah.
something.
Well, it's because it's in our area of critical concern and they can't get a permit per our code. So what do we need to do to make it so they can do that?
Well, if they're violating the ACC or having to put more impervious surface than what's allowed, then there is a variance request they'll have to make.
All right. Everybody good with that? Everybody good with that? All right, thank you very much. Also, we talked a while back about the multi-district litigation regarding pharmacy. Specifically, the class action lawsuit basically for insulin and for generic drugs. We did kind of get a report back of like, here it is, here's the class action, but they only emailed it to me and Tom. And again, this is kind of in the in-between time when we really didn't have, a full-time city attorney. And so I just want to make sure that this ball does not get dropped, because let's say in 3 months they close out collecting plaintiffs, we could lose out on a pretty sizable chunk of money to return back to the employee benefits plan, because, well, that needs all the money it can get. And then also B, making sure we're good fiscal stewards of our taxpayer dollars. So if you remember, pharmacy companies were illegally and artificially inflating the prices of insulin. Potential recovery is $30 a day per affected member. So that'd be $30 per day per member, and I estimate at least 55 employees of our 550 on our health plan take insulin, 10% of the population, for the last 15 years.
It's a substantial amount.
Substantial amount, potential recovery. The other class action involves generic drugs and how 40 pharmaceutical companies artificially boosted the cost of drugs, and I provided the lengthy list of artificial drugs. But it'd be my recommendation that Attorney Stokes reach out to the general counsel that's in charge of the 2 MDLs and look at joining those, because I do not want to miss out on a potential opportunity. Now, I think the motion should be crafted in a way where, hey, look at joining them, but if they're asking us to be the lead plaintiff, then no, back up. Like, being a part of the class is cool, but I don't want to be the lead plaintiff and have to do depositions and everything else. But from my understanding and all the information I have, it's pretty simple data collection to join it, because we can prove based on our stop loss and all the data that we have in terms of paying claims that we were affected. Remember, Nelson?
So basically, you're asking us to approve us joining class action suit.
Yes.
Which I will say we've done in the past with other ones, and I think that just means that if we do this, we lose our privilege to sue by ourselves in the future.
Correct.
Yes,
Yes, that's correct.
which I don't think we were planning to do our own lawsuit anyway, so.
Now against the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah, so, we've done them in the past, joined in, so I would be in
And
favor
I'm
of that.
assuming there is no cost to us. Well,
Correct. All the information I see did not have a cost associated with it. But again, I think we can give Jim that discretion to, talk to
to
that,
look at it.
talk to that person, and, if he feels it's a bad deal for us to then pump the brakes and come back to us and let us know.
So I would make the motion for us to join the lawsuit, and if Mr. Stokes finds something out that causes him concern, to come back to us.
I have a motion.
Second.
I got you, Stan. You're up.
I'm Stan Johnston. I live at 860 Poinsettia Avenue. I've been here for over 54 years. This sounds like a good and truthful, honest objective. I do not appreciate you telling me that I'm slandered, because I didn't slander. You're lying. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any further council discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And my last action item is Marina Park. So I know a couple meetings ago, we've had somebody interested in reviving the pump track. I think we need to be open-minded, maybe a little critical about what we decide to do as council with that park. I think there's a lot of opportunities. It's in prime real estate. And personally, I don't know if a pump track is the way to go, just because when we're talking about that piece of property, you want it to benefit as many people in the city as possible, not just maybe a small group of people. So I think that's something that we as council need to discuss, or maybe potentially use as a flash vote. Again, that's kind of up to council, because I think there's a lot of different angles we could go with it. Whether, I think there used to be a baseball field that turned into a pump track, which turned into an RV track, those little cars, RC tracks. And, I think there's more potential there because there is quite a bit of land. The challenge we're going to run into is the submerged land lease issue, because I think a little bit more commercialization down there by a marina would definitely help with tourism. Member Moscoso?
Yeah. My only thought on that is we just need to make sure that I personally think it needs to be something for the youth, because I do go out to that park quite a bit with my kids, and there are always kids and other people out there. And so whatever we try to bring out there, I think we need to make sure that we have options for the youth in our city.
100%. Tell you the truth, my idea, what I would like to see in a perfect world is for us to lease that section to a private entity to develop a mini golf course that I think would not only be a tourist trap, but also provide recreation to our residents. You think, I've been to so many birthday parties with my kids at beachside at a putt-putt course. We don't have one of those here. I don't think we as a city could build or maintain one, but I think we could potentially lease it. The issue we're going to have is the submerged land lease, but that, again, that's a legal question. But I think encouraging that private enterprise to take over in terms of recreation would make a lot of sense. Member Nelson.
So maybe that's something, a question we should ask with the flash vote. What do people want to see out there? Do they want to see a golf course? Do they want to see, I don't know, bike trail?
Mini golf course.
I like, mini golf course. I love mini golf courses. But, what do other people want to see? And then go from there.
I'm just thinking of different youth initiatives and because you got to entertain, like if you just build a playground,
Yeah.
We have plenty of playgrounds. We got to kind of make it unique and different. So, Member Moscoso?
Yeah, I think the flash vote is a good idea, but if we look at our results, we're getting a certain age group, and so if we're like leaning towards youth activities, we might get complete opposite of that. So just to take that into consideration.
What if we gave the survey to all of our SROs, have them pass around schools? Hey, I'm just getting creative. All right. Do you guys have any ideas about what that could be? Or do you guys want to table it for another conversation? Or have staff look into different options?
Mayor,
Members?
did you say
that you wanted to use flash vote? It was a suggestion.
Potentially, yeah.
It was a potential.
So I think we're talking about what's the best use. We've had somebody speak about doing a pump track. Mayor saying, it'd be nice if we could do a public-private partnership potentially. So I think for me, I would like to see what would happen if we did potentially lease it out. I'm in favor of public-private partnerships. And then if we did flash vote as, hey, what would you like this park to be? To Member Moscoso's point, I think we should be able to see, okay, is a majority of it coming from a certain age bracket, and then take that into consideration.
Member Moscoso?
Yeah, I think we could throw out ideas now, but I'd love to take a little bit of time and talk to people in the community and then just brainstorm and think of, like you said, I go to Beachside a lot for mini golf and go-karts and all types of things. And so just thinking, we have, kids, what kind of things are we going out of town for, and what can we bring here that we can feasibly do?
The reason for advisability is because of the submerged land lease. Okay, so we need attorneys to look in to see what we can and cannot do, because nobody's really been able to tell me like how far from the marina and where do you start counting that we can or cannot do commercialization. And then depending on don't get me wrong, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Let's talk to our constituents, see what people are leaving town for. But while we work on that, we can, hopefully staff can look into that, and then also maybe through our new lobbyist and, working with, what is that bureau? What's the people that do submerged land leases? The Florida Inland,
Oh, FIND,
Yeah.
Florida Inland Navigation District.
oh, by the way,
Right,
there's
they-
another
they-
district
They
that
have a
we
lot
didn't
of
know
money
existed.
for marinas.
They're the ones in charge of that stuff, so maybe we can reach out to them and see if we can cut a good deal. So, but we're all good on that. Okay, appreciate it. Member Nelson, can you make the motion for like 5 more minutes? Well, we got city manager, and I don't know if Jim has anything. I took too
Yeah.
long?
I was going to say both of you took too long.
No,
You did.
We have one action item on
Yep.
city manager.
I move to extend to 10:35.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, city manager.
Sir, the only item I have is a proclamation request for National Move Over Day, and that's the third Saturday of every October has been designated as National Move Over Day by the U.S. Senate resolution passed on November 18th, 2023. And this day is observed to raise awareness of the importance of roadside safety for emergency responders, law enforcement, and utility tow truck operators. And we'd like authorization to prepare a proclamation for the mayor's signature.
So moved.
Well,
Second.
the issue is procedural, and they just need to reach out to the mayor's office and request that proclamation.
So you're saying we do not need a motion?
You do not. You only need a motion to approve a proclamation
presentation?
done at council chambers. But the sole power of giving a proclamation or not giving a proclamation rests with the mayor.
Oh, sorry. They actually reached out to me and I reached out to Tom, and that's how it ended up here.
So yeah, all they had to do is reach out to me, and
Okay, that was my other question is, yeah, because I don't think proclamations are supposed to go under the city manager's report. I think those typically, if they're from us, they go on our report or they go to you, yeah.
yeah. So that's not a violation of sunshine because it's nothing that would come before a vote. So if you get a
That's- yeah,
proclamation
that's where it was a
request,
little bit-
Just send
over.
it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure how to do it.
Yeah.
And that can be done pretty easily. Anything else, city manager?
Sir?
All right, city attorney?
I was going to talk about Senate Bill 180 and our city attorney vacancy, but you guys stole all my thunder,
Yeah.
so I'm done.
And by the way, it's now 10:30, so that motion was off for naught. But I appreciate you guys. Member Nelson,
Move to adjourn.
we're adjourned.